Good morning, Isaac. It's Margie. I'm here if you need anything from me. Otherwise, I'll stand by as it looks like you're doing your thing.
Alrighty, yeah, I think we got this new website, so I started it a little early today just to make sure I got everything posted correctly, but it looks like it is working. So let me make you make you host. And
Thank you.
you are in charge. We are live streaming, so you can do whatever you need from here.
Great. And when Eric gets on, since he's got a couple hours of the meeting, he'll facilitate. I'll also make him a co-host so that he can do what he needs to do, and then we'll have a backup. So thank you for all your help.
No problem.
Good morning.
Good morning, Arthur. How are you this Thursday?
I'm okay. We had a monster storm last night.
You have power and everything?
Yeah, doesn't look like the power went out, but lots of thunder, lots of lightning, lots of rain, which is good.
Yeah, us too. I think we got 3/4 of an inch in about an hour.
That's a bunch. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so in terms of documents today, I have not a whole lot. I have the update to the cost allocations. And I don't have any paper on anything else. What else do we have here?
Okay, we've got the pre-application report content that we've got pulled from IREC, but we neither Jim or Kevin are available, but there is a document in OneDrive that has the starting the content suggestion, and that's in OneDrive. I don't know that we need to bring that up.
Yeah, why don't you have it available to share?
Perfect. Okay. I've got that as well as Travis's recommendation on the IEEE 1547. That is converted. That's in a Miro board, so you'll see
Right.
both the dates and the major content there. So we've got that on the board. And the reconciliation summary is just the spreadsheet that people can review at their leisure.
Yeah, okay. We'll have some discussion of that and see if we can just adopt it.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right. Okay. What about well, if other people are giving presentations on what they're doing, they'll have the documents, right? If there's anything to
Yeah,
share.
on the utility reporting, Jim is not going to be here today. He's got that material is also, they're starting from the IREC content for that as well, the utility reporting requirements, and he's got some great input from El Paso Electric. He's just inviting participation from some of the other utilities, so I don't know that we need to go into that. Satish and Abbas has sent some documents, but it's mostly discussion. So I think that's it, Art, in terms of stuff to review. There's quite a bit else. I also have the updated topics and agendas from now through completion of the report. I just
printed that out.
Okay, that might be worth going through so people have a heads up about our schedule for the report.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'll talk from. Eric was gonna write up something, and I just got the email from him. It didn't seem like he had written up something. Did you see anything?
Yeah, he did. And so version 6 of the topics, I extracted from what he wrote up, and I put it into that document with all the dates in September and August.
Oh, okay.
August and September reviews for the report. I didn't put every detail that he provided, but
Right.
the major time elements I put in there with some question mark about whether we do additional working group meetings in the September timeframe.
Okay, so it's in the agenda topics. Okay,
It's in
that's
that.
good.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, let me see here. Get topics and agenda. Okay, one little wrinkle is that on the 26th, I'm giving a presentation at a conference at 1 o'clock. So hopefully we can just close at noon that day.
Okay.
Since there's only a couple of things on the agenda, we'll be working through
Perfect.
document versions at that time. So,
Okay, perfect.
okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Hey, Art,
Yeah.
Art, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, I had a little trouble with the microphone. Does this sound okay?
Yes.
Yeah, you were breaking up at first, but I think that you were just close.
Okay, good. Yeah,
That's
I
better.
discovered I'm missing my usual one. Just to note that I've posted I noted I missed actually what Kevin Cray sent us yesterday. Margie, thanks for putting that in the OneDrive in terms of a roadmap for the hosting capacity. Somehow I missed that he was sending that to us. I in his email yesterday. So that's good. We have that, and I've posted also a copy of from 2 weeks ago my proposal summaries plus an update of the non-export issue based on our discussion last Friday, or actually this past Monday. So there's a 2-page document there now, which is like compromise text based on the discussion that the industry and utilities groups had this past Monday. So that's just posted now, and I'll go through that as well as referring back to the California decision in specific detail, because I think that's what where we've come to. And as far as the other issues, we haven't gotten the other action items. We haven't gotten input from anyone. So we'll have to start that discussion over again and probably give people another 2 weeks to weigh in, but we'll see.
Okay. Are we going to be at the point in 2 weeks of actually voting on kind of accepting any positions? Do you think?
I'd hoped to get something, that could be considered consensus today on everything, so that we could do that next time. But let me answer that after the meeting today. All right. I'm not sure, actually, maybe for some, but not for others.
Okay. All right. And did you hear what I just told Margie about August 26th? That I've got a conference, and so I kind of prefer that we close out early, like by noon. But since we're just going to be talking about phase 2 and people will be in the midst of doing their editing, I think that'll be okay.
August 26th.
Yeah.
That was designed just for people to discuss their comments on the first draft.
Right.
And introduce and discuss. So whatever time we have, we can do it and just cover the most important things. That should not be a problem.
Okay. I mean, you guys could continue without me, but I really need an hour to prepare, since I'm going to be making it up as I go along, as usual.
Eric, the other thing that we talked about doing on the 26th of August also is just talk about the phase 2 scoping activities. So we'll have 2 agenda items for that meeting, but I think that's still plenty of time.
No, if we're going to do the phase 2 scoping, I would disagree. We probably want some additional time before or after. Maybe we have to wait till September 9th.
All right, let's see how it goes that day. I mean, we
Yeah.
can raise what we know about phase 2 scoping and then start a discussion, but not complete it.
I think that was our plan anyway, was to do it
Yeah.
over two meetings.
Right. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. See you guys in 7 minutes.
Eric, I've also made you a co-host in case you need to do manipulations of the Zoom. So you're
Okay.
able to do that.
All right, thanks.
Good morning, everybody. People are still joining us as per usual, so we'll give it a couple of minutes and then we'll start. I'm waiting for the magic number 30 participant to show up. We'll give it 30 seconds. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Arthur O'Donnell, PRC here on Thursday. It is the 15th of July. Welcome. We had a tremendous lightning, thunder, and rainstorm last night in Albuquerque, and it's my understanding that other areas got it even worse, Santa Fe and then south of here. Blessings for the rain. Hope that there was no damage in your area, flooding or things like that, but that's what comes when you get a whole lot of rain in a short time. We have a busy schedule today, as usual, and just wanted to quickly run through the agenda and then talk about a couple of things. So I have one just update from yesterday's PRC business meeting. We'll be reviewing briefly the schedule for drafting and circulating the interconnection report and getting the working group review underway. We have updates and some determinations of whether to accept work that's already been done from the subgroups. And today we're going to do a Miro exercise on the pre-application report content, hopefully on the IEEE 1547 adoption schedule and the 4 autonomous functions that have been laid out to us over the past couple of weeks. We have a pretty much final version of the cost allocation options paper. I think that we're available to weigh in on that. And then we have the reconciliation summary, and hopefully people have had an opportunity to look at that. It's very difficult to share the spreadsheet because there's a lot of items on it and it gets really tiny. But we did talk about it last week, and we're going to be using that as a kind of a good touch point as the revisions to the manual and rule go forward. After that, we have reports from the newer subgroups that they're working through, the utility reporting requirements, the manual revision group, the definitions and glossary group, and begin to talk about formulating maybe a subgroup on the overall interconnection process timeline. Let's see what we've developed in the technical group and if that can be adopted or whether we need something else. Okay, take a break and then return to the technical issues with Eric. We only received a few comments on a couple of the questions, so this is an ongoing conversation. After that, we'll break and then come back with a summary of next steps and hopefully be finished by 2 o'clock. I'm shooting for 2 o'clock today, but if we need to go to 2:30, we have the time available. Okay, Margie, can you pull up the topics and agendas? And I'll just, first of all, the announcement is that anybody who was on the PRC meeting heard a discussion about a grant application that the commission is forwarding to Senator Heinrich's office. We were contacted by the senator's office in late June saying that he's very interested in community solar and that there is this process for congressionally directed appropriations, also known as earmarks, that they were soliciting applications for. The problem that we had was that the deadline for soliciting, for putting in that application was the next day. So no state agency works that fast, but we did develop kind of a 3-part idea for aligning the community solar application needs with the interconnection process. So it's really the framework for this request for $200,000 to be matched by other resources is in the community solar framework, but trying to identify the aspects of interconnection that would benefit from either expedited attention and more resources, right? Now, we had always figured that phase 2 would address certain things like the continued technical aspects of adoption of the IEEE 1547 standard. This proposal contemplates some pilot projects to identify in advance the circuits and feeders that would likely be used for delivering community solar project energy to subscribers, and try and do advanced engineering studies for essentially understanding what the status of those feeder lines are, what might be necessary in terms of upgrades to accommodate projects that may be as large as 5 megawatts and maybe more than one project, and to pay for both some modeling capabilities and the process that would be necessary to do that. So that's one component of the ask. The second is just continuing this work with GridWorks in order to have resources to pay for the facilitation of phase 2. And a third, which is not really directly interconnection related, but very important, is that if you've been following community solar, you know that the commission is given the full authority to create and administer the program. We were not, however, given any resources in the state budget to do so. And so the legislation, SB 84, allows for an application fee for prospective community solar project sponsors, developers, that would pay for the administrative costs. We have no idea what that would be, right? Since we have no dedicated staff and we have no dedicated resources, we are concerned that in order to either have the commission do that or to hire a third party to be an administrator of the program, both in its kind of like once it takes off in April of next year and then going beyond 2024, might be more costly than we could really assess through such application fees. The problem is we have really no data on that. So part of the ask under this request was for the money to do a study, right? To essentially do a cost study and to understand that, and then to look for the resources that are necessary. Now, I have to be honest that because the deadline for the earmarks passed in June for Energy and Water Committee, it is likely that we're not timely in terms of our request, but Senator Heinrich's office has encouraged us to forward the request anyway, and that they would help keep us informed of other funding opportunities. What those funding opportunities might be, I can only guess that it might relate to passage of an infrastructure bill, right? There are currently a couple of different versions floating around in Washington, D.C., and that would possibly free up more money. All I can say is that Heinrich's office is very interested in grid modernization, in community solar in particular, and we're just trying to find the nexus between those things through the interconnection process. So I'll keep you informed if there's anything to inform you about, but this would be part of the fiscal year 2022-23 budget that begins in October. So it wouldn't affect anything that we're doing now. It doesn't affect anything from now until we launch the notice of proposed rulemaking in this proceeding, or go through the stakeholder process and launch a notice of proposed rulemaking in the Community Solar Act. It's really for the subsequent actions and to really try and set up success for the program. Because, you know, as we heard in the workshop on community solar, we know that interconnection could well be a deal killer for a lot of prospective projects. We're looking at the possibility of as many as 40 community solar projects, which would put a tremendous strain on the existing utility circuits. And we're trying to come up with ways to head that off at the pass, to understand what the implications might be. If we have enough information about what needs to be done and we apply cost allocation options, it is possible that the utilities could file applications with the Commission under the Grid Modernization Act in order to pay for upgrades on particularly beneficial geographic areas for the delivery of community solar. I have no idea what that would be or how to go about it, but I do know that there's a lot of work ahead of us in order to even reach that point. So that's what our request is for. I'm not optimistic that it would get in under the actual earmark process, but there may be other opportunities. So does anybody have any questions about that? And if you have experience working with the federal government on these processes, that would be useful for us, since it was all new to us and we kind of had to start from scratch. But I think that it is gratifying that we know that there is interest in our state delegation in order to help these programs succeed. Anybody got anything to add? No. Okay. Hearing none, I just wanted to briefly go over what we see for the second half of this proceeding. As I mentioned last week, the July 1st meeting was roughly the halfway point, and I have been very pleased so far with the amount of work that you've all put into this, and the agreements and the subgroup output. And we've been able to pull together quite a bit of the kind of like, component parts of what will be both the manual update and the report to the commission, right? Some of them will actually be part of the manual update, and some of them will be appendices or attachments to the report that we provide to the commission, so that they have basic understanding. And as you know, I mean, that includes the pre-application report content, the dispute resolution process, the answers to the IREC 16 questions, also the cost allocation options that we'll be talking about a little bit more today. But also, kind of like coming up, we have reports on these things, and attempts to kind of like decide whether we're at the point where we can put them into a structure. Okay, so that will be today. On the 29th, we'll just be continuing that work, but hopefully some of it will be done, and we'll be delving more into the utility reporting requirements, a status report on manual revision, terminology, technical issues as we've been discussing for several weeks, and begin on the timelines and flow chart work. And then discuss what will really have to go into a rule revision, and also the technical guidelines documents that the utilities use, right? Whether this group needs to address that, or whether that is something that comes after the commission makes its decisions and directs the utilities to update those documents so that they can be fully put into place. Going forward, we have an outline of the draft report that we expect to begin sharing in the next meeting, right? And then go into the process for doing the updates, right? Really kind of getting down to understanding what the gaps are on the 12th. On the 19th, we expect to have a first draft of the report that Eric and I and Margie are putting together about the working group. Now, this is not the manual revision, although the manual revision will be a part of that report that will be worked on separately by the manual revision team, and then brought back to the bigger group. And then looking forward on August 26th, the summary of the elements that still need attention, and to begin a conversation about what should go into phase 2, right? Maybe by that time we'll have a better understanding of what potential resources the commission has in order to advance some of the ideas that I was just referring to, but also kind of like, you know, what should we present as a recommendation to the commission for the issues to be addressed in phase 2, or whether things need to go into a separate proceeding, right? Even something that melds the community solar and the interconnection process is a possibility. Something that melds interconnection with the grid modernization process, that's a possibility as well. So just start thinking about that, and in a month we'll begin the conversation on that. And then from that point on, these are just kind of like hopeful dates for when we can move forward with the drafting and revision of the report. And you can see September 9th, September 13th, September 22nd, September 23rd. We really and truly hope to deliver a final report to the commission before October 8th. You know, our original schedule was September 15th. And we can try like mighty to do that, but I'm just kind of trying to build in enough flexibility in our system. My goal has always been to have a commission decision on this phase 1 of the interconnection process in December, so that the rules and the proceedings can go into effect as early in 2022 as possible. And now with the addition of the Community Solar Act issues, that they are available so that everybody understands what the interconnection rules should be for community solar before the commission makes its decisions in that proceeding, which have to be done by April, right? So that we align and we kind of streamline, and that we have a good process of relating the two proceedings, right? So that's my goal, is to have a decision in this proceeding in December, which means that the commission really needs 2 months, right, for its process to open the notice of proposed rulemaking, to take filings, if there's going to be an oral briefing or some other thing, and then we have the holidays, right, when Thanksgiving gets in the way there. So the extent that we could do it sooner than October 8th would be wonderful, but that's kind of like now my out date, right? And we're still hoping for late September, mid to late September, to finish this process. So that's what's ahead, and we'll have more discussion about this next time with more filled in aspects of it. Anybody got any comments or questions about this and what it'll take to get from here to there? No, hearing none. Okay, let's go back to the beginning. And I believe that our agenda says that we're going to have a discussion of the pre-application report content. We've already talked about the pre-application report process and reached some level of agreement on that. What we did was we asked the subgroup to go back and look at what the utilities already do, and we had that information from the IREC questions document, and to kind of come up with a standardized. So I know that Jim Desjardins is not available today, but is Kevin Cray on the call?
Hi, Arthur.
Kevin-
This is Sarah
Kevin
Birmingham.
He
Yeah,
wouldn't be here.
Yeah, Kevin is an expert witness in a case in Colorado today.
Okay, Sarah, are you gonna just address this? Let us know what's going on?
Oh, sorry, I'm not part of this group, but
Oh,
I did know that about Kevin. Sorry.
Okay,
So, Art, this is Margie, and I think that let me pull up let's see, you've got the status on this is that Jim and Kevin and others have developed the report content patterned after the IREC model. And I have it inserted into a Miro board that people can look at. So maybe we should do it that way. Would that work? And so folks know there's the Miro board is now live. There's a link in the chat that you can use to go to the Miro board, and we'll have a look. I know that Jim and Kevin feel pretty comfortable with this proposal, and I think people have seen it. So maybe we should just get some comment on that and do the polling. Art would be my suggestion.
sure. And so can you put the link to the Miro board in the, yes, you have it in the chat?
I have it in the chat.
Okay, so let's move on over to Miro.
And I will share my screen for the moment so people can see what the proposal is, and then I'll shift over to Miro to manage a poll on this. Now, a change that we've done in Miro, in addition to our proposals and the polling stickies, I have provided the link in the upper right-hand corner of each board for the issue we're polling. For example, the IREC model interconnection procedure is the basis for the suggestion on what goes in the pre-application report. And you'll see the link to our OneDrive folder that has that documentation in it. So instead of trying to record all the information, we've just provided the link there. You should be able to go and review the materials. There are loaded both in that subteams folder as well as in today's meeting folder. So let me share my screen so you can see. You should all be brought to this location also, and so that the video recording can show where we are. You'll see a pre-application report content proposal, and let me pause there to see if people have questions about getting to that proposal or seeing what the content is.
Okay, remind me of how to stop all of these cursors.
Yes, there is a little arrow pointing to 10 o'clock up in the upper left, and some horizontal bars show collaborators cursors. That's a toggle on and off. Or you can go to the three vertical bars with the little round circles in them in settings and go to collaborators cursor. It's the same little logo, and toggle that off. You find that, Arthur?
No, I'm not. I've got a select V. That tells me what? It's under, there's a house, and then there's a caret, and then there's a select V. That is an arrow that's pointing to 10 o'clock, and then there's three buttons, three dots.
Do you see a button that says share?
No, I'm not
Okay.
seeing.
All right. How about that place where you show all the guests?
Yeah.
And a smiley face with a plus with reactions. Just to the left of that is show collaborators cursors.
Maybe I just have too much.
And before you do
Oh, yeah.
that, you might go to navigation mode and tell your computer whether you're using a mouse or trackpad. That will help.
Okay, there it is. Okay,
Did you
I
find
got
that?
you. Yeah.
All right, so we brought everyone to me. I'm going to stop sharing and go actually to the Miro board so I can run the poll. So the proposal is to adopt the IREC model procedures with one change. Jim and Kevin and team felt that there were, and I think maybe it was perhaps Kyle Riddell or one of our other team members suggested combining two of the items. There was one item that said to include substation nominal distribution voltage or transmission nominal voltage if applicable. And then there was a secondary item that called for nominal distribution circuit voltage at the proposed site. And the sub-team suggested that we delete item F and keep item G, and everything else in the IREC content be incorporated as it's called out. So Arthur, the question is, you want me to pull up that language or hopefully?
Yeah, I think that would be good for people to see the language. I see that there is a link there, but if you can pull it up, that might be good.
All right, let me suggest that, can you or Eric hit that link and share your screen? I'd
No, I
rather.
can't do both. I can't do both.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So
I can do that. Hold on.
thanks, Eric.
Except it's not loading.
All right. Let me open it up then straight away.
Oh, there it goes.
So it says hidden for now.
All right. Let me go ahead and just open it from my laptop here.
Okay, so Eric stops sharing. There you go.
This would be. All right. Just a moment. All right, so you should see on my screen now the pre-application report content. And this is just a verbal summary that says what the group did when they presented their recommendations to the full group in May. And here are the words from the IREC Model Interconnection Procedures 2019 edition that goes through items A through G, suggesting what goes into that. Actually, it's more than that. A through N go into the report. So let me just hold here and see if.
Okay, so everybody, we're back in Zoom and Margie is sharing her screen. So you can minimize your internet connection to Miro in order to see this, and then bring that back up when it's time to do a polling. And it's our understanding, and anybody from the utilities can correct us, but basically at least 2 of the 3 utilities already include this in any pre-application report that they're doing. And then the question was whether there was a need to do away with section F and keep item G. And then I just saw somebody in chat suggested that we drop the word distribution from G, so it's nominal circuit voltage, possibly opening up the issue towards transmission level circuits. But I don't know, you know, we're just really dealing with the distribution system here. So if anybody has any thoughts on any of these aspects, any discussion, especially the interconnection engineers or managers from any of the utilities, as to whether you believe that this information is what should be in the pre-application report, or if there's any issues with collecting this kind of information before we take a poll on it. I'd like to have that discussion sooner rather than later.
Art, this is Roberto. Yep, we're in agreement with that. We're already providing this information like you mentioned. And
Okay.
it does have to maintain the word distribution because that's under the New Mexico jurisdiction.
Yes, okay. So we're going to leave G as it is. But what's your feeling, Roberto, on deleting section F?
I mean, I don't see why we, yeah, we can delete it.
Okay. Anybody else?
Art, this is David Spradlin here at Springer, and I agree with eliminating F.
Okay. Okay. And anybody else?
Hey, this is Stephen Rimshaw. I'm just confused why we want to eliminate this. I mean, it seems like we're talking about primary voltages in one and then secondary voltages in another.
David, Roberto?
And this is John Hawkins. So distribution would be what, 1247, that'd be primary. So I think this is talking about transmission like interstate, right? This is under FERC jurisdiction. And so there's initial FERC related tasks associated with the transmission level, distribution being anything around town, including the primary voltage coming from the substation.
Yeah, Steve, and this is Roberto. Eliminating this, I mean, you will still, the applicant will still receive the primary and the secondary voltage drive for, voltage at the distribution feeder. So, I mean, this is just calling it the nominal voltage, but for your practical purposes, you will still see the primary and the secondary voltage.
Okay, but isn't this within the pre-application port where that it's capturing that primary and secondary voltage, or is that somewhere else? I don't want to make an issue out of it. If it should be cut, fine. I just don't know why we would be removing anything at this stage, because it seems like those are very different pieces of information that a developer would want to know. But you're saying it's provided, but is it documented that it's going to be provided?
Yeah, I mean, it's on the feeder itself. So when you have a feeder, let's say it's a 24 kV voltage. I mean, so that is the substation voltage. I mean, the feeder connects to the substation. So it's a little bit redundant, but yeah, I mean, that's why we can leave it or we can remove it. There's no need to keep it.
So, and on behalf of the distribution co-ops, we don't own the transmission, so we would have to go to the transmission owner to find out what the transmission nominal voltage is. So that's not even something that we have really at hand.
Okay, So what I'm hearing is that by eliminating F, the information on nominal distribution circuit voltage is still available because we're keeping G, and this just takes out the transmission voltage element from this pre-application report because there ought not to be any transmission impact. Is that, am I putting it correctly? I'm sorry.
You hear me, Art?
No, I did not.
Oh, you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I mean, this information will only be relevant to the distribution voltage, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stephen, is that sufficient explanation for you?
Well, I've heard that in the actual report, they're going to have primary and secondary voltages provided.
Yeah.
Yet I'm hearing we're kind of wanting to remove and change the intent over concern about or transmission nominal voltage. When I read F, I'm reading that as the primary voltage, 1247 or whatever it may be. I'm reading G as what is the service voltage at that site. And I'm also hearing concerns about we aren't going to provide the or transmission nominal voltages, which I think is fine, but I think it's fine having it in there as an or if it was available. And depending on how that, yeah, I guess we're not interconnecting under distribution, so transmission probably doesn't make sense. But I'm not, if we're deleting one of these or both of these, I'm hearing we're having primary and secondary information provided, but I don't know if it's 100% clear if you're removing F, that's what the customer is actually going to get.
It's G, the nominal distribution voltage, circuit voltage. I mean, but I mean, if it just makes, I mean, it's one and the same. If we eliminate the transmission nominal voltage, because what needs to be removed, then F and G will be the same number. You're going to get it twice.
Well, your substation.
Yeah, the substation nominal voltage, distribution voltage, and G, nominal distribution circuit voltage will be one and the same.
But you just said you were going to give primary and secondary voltages. I see F as being primary and I see G as being secondary.
No, what I meant is for the feeder itself. I mean, if somebody is connected at, I mean, so you're going to get the primary voltage of the feeder, not at the substation. The substation primary voltage or high level, it's a transmission.
Yeah, that's fine.
It needs to be removed.
Okay, so the customers aren't actually getting their secondary voltage. You're proposing this to be condensed to be primary distribution voltage.
Yes, the customers have, I mean, they'll be defining their secondary voltage. Because that's they're wanting to connect to the primary, so.
Yeah, I don't know if smaller customers were going to use a pre-application report, a small commercial, large commercial, maybe that would be different. But anyways, I'm fine. That I was just, adding content to the conversation here.
Okay, anybody else that we haven't heard from? All right, Margie, how did we structure the Miro? Is it the recommendation to adopt this pre-application report listing without F or with F, and then we'll do it without F? What do you got there?
We've got it set up to include, to make that change that was suggested by the subgroup. So delete item F and keep item G. But if we want to keep both of them, we can just note that.
Okay, well, let's vote on it as is. So the question is, should we take a poll on acceptance of this listing of what should go into the pre-application report with that suggested change of dropping section F and keeping section G? And again, the choices are not acceptable with major changes, acceptable with minor changes, or accept. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. You may open the polling.
All right, I will open the poll. And you should now see in Miro, if you're down in Miro, each of the stickies that have a voting option should have a plus sign on them. When you've put your one vote on one of those plus signs, you hit done and you have another minute to vote. If that's not long enough, I can extend it, but I thought that might work for people.
Okay, my vote's in. And I'll just let you know that the reason why I couldn't see everything before is because my screen was so zoomed in that all of the architecture was off the screen.
Oh,
So.
all right, another 10 seconds for polling to come in. And I'm going to end the poll now.
The voting session is over.
The voting session is over. It appears that we have 16 polled to accept and 1 to accept with minor revisions. So I think at this point, we are welcoming any revisions to be sent to us in writing, or you can put them as stickies onto this board at before our next meeting. But Arthur, I think we've got actually 18 votes look like they were on the yes accept. There are a couple coming in and 1 to accept with minor revisions. So the person who has the minor revision, please send that to Art and myself, and we will make sure that gets incorporated into the report.
Okay, great. Did anybody have trouble with the polling process this week? I think it's getting smoother. Certainly after last time. Okay, on to the next one.
Now, I was wondering if you want to switch the order on our agenda. I know Ed Brolin and perhaps Bill Grant have a limited window. I haven't gone to Zoom to see if Bill and Ed, Bill is here. I know he's got a limited window. Should we go to the CAS allocation options and then come back to IEEE 1547, Arthur?
Yeah, that's fine. As people are available, I know that Ed had a call that was going to go on into this call. So who's going to be speaking to us?
So this is Ed Art.
Oh, there's Ed.
Yep. I think the approach that we wanted to take is to just have me walk through the document primarily and have other subgroup participants chime in as we go through and talk through the commentary and reactions to the various cost allocation options that we had.
Okay, and you guys did some revision on the document that you provided last time, and submitted it into the OneDrive, so it is available in the OneDrive, and now I see it on the screen before me. So why don't you just let us know what the major changes are, and then we can walk through.
Well, the changes really just were that we added one more alternative, which is at the end, I believe it's G. And then we did have some good feedback that we didn't previously have from multiple subgroup participants, which will show up as we scroll through the document. Additionally, we added this brief introduction, which people can see on the screen, just to sort of describe the reason for forming the group. And what we were endeavoring to do in terms of looking at what's ongoing in other states, as well as trying to apply, the Energy Transition Act and the Grid Modernization Act here in New Mexico.
Okay,
So,
terrific.
so I won't read every word because people also can read, and I am hopeful that some people have in fact already read first the previous version and maybe this latest version that Margie put up yesterday onto the OneDrive. But again, just to recap, we have this principal statement which has slightly modified, and I will read all of these words. So our principal statement for the subgroup is that the ideal cost allocation solution should promote the interconnection of distributed generation in support of New Mexico's grid mod roadmap, decarbonization goals, economic development, and resiliency, while facilitating efficient utilization of existing available capacity and equitably allocating the costs of necessary upgrades to all beneficiaries. So, again, providing the context. Historically, regulation around allocating the costs of interconnecting facilities to the distribution grid have fallen under the principle of the cost causer pays, or the triggering cost causer pays. This subgroup's work is designed to provide alternatives to that traditional approach. So diving into the proposals again, as we did last time, the first one is one that was initially proposed in New York and in Massachusetts, and it looked to have not just the triggering project cover the costs of the interconnection and the upgrade to the distribution system, but following projects also participating in the funding of those upgrade costs. That's often referred to as cost sharing 1.0. Over time, what we learned in high DER markets like New York and Massachusetts is that that really wasn't doing the job, because that first project was still often reticent to first cover all of the costs, which are often well beyond the bounds of their project's economics, in the hopes that somebody would come back in. So we went from the retroactive cost sharing 1.0 to this prospective cost sharing 2.0, where the costs of making an upgrade to the system are calculated, and then math is done to provide a per kW cost, and all projects that look to interconnect to the system will be assessed that cost based on the size of their project. That's something that's being voted on today in New York. Actually, it probably already happened, and we'll get into that a little bit more in the detail as we go through the discussion. The next step, and this is something that's most relevant right now in discussions in Massachusetts, is multi-beneficiary cost sharing, where it's not just the projects that are interconnecting that are helping to pay the costs for upgrading the distribution system, but to some degree society at large through the form of the rate basing of costs. And that's something that we'll talk about in a little bit more detail below. The next alternative that is being discussed in a number of areas in preliminary way, and that has been implemented to some extent in California, is just rate basing the costs of interconnecting to the point of common coupling. So recognizing that there are societal benefits for creating a truly bidirectional grid to support DG as well as beneficial electrification, and that they should be shared among all of the utilities customers. Then we get into some New Mexico specific proposals. This first one, option 1E, is something that was proposed by PNM, which would create a grid modernization tariff or rider. And Ryan from PNM can provide a little bit more detail of that as we get into it. Then there was a proposal to mimic what is being done at SWPP with regard to a network upgrade or system enhancement credit. And finally, the new one that I mentioned before, which would be just a class-based rider for behind the meter DER customers. So those are the proposals. And I'll pause for any questions at a high level before diving into sort of going through the discussion of each of them, if anybody has any initial questions.
Ed, going back to number 2, cost sharing 2.0, the per kW cost, is that throughout the utilities territory or limited to one?
Yeah,
One
that's
feeder or many feeders?
That's a great question. And actually, one of the subgroup participants said that we should add this language, which I think is quite helpful. It is actually location specific. So it is related to that feeder or substation or what have you, that area of the grid. It's not across the entirety of the grid.
Okay, so it would be making an assessment that there may be more than one project that uses that feeder, and then they would cost share.
Right, and as the proposal in New York, which we have in the detail below, that was made by the joint utilities and industry, the petition to the PSC in New York stated they created both a utility-driven mechanism for that and then a market-based one, and we'll get into a little bit more detail about that below.
Thank you.
Great. So in terms of the discussion for cost sharing 1.0, again, as I indicated, this is something that was done in New York and Massachusetts and in Maine. And it really just did not get very much uptake. So it's something that seemed a good idea at the time. And I think that this is one of the great benefits that New Mexico has in terms of being able to learn from others. Mistakes might be a little bit harsh of a word, but others learnings that, again, you could say that it makes sense that all projects that interconnect to that area of the grid that benefits from an upgrade should share the costs. Seems perfectly reasonable, but it's still, what we found is that there still was that reticence on the part of the triggering project to actually bear those costs in the hopes that a white knight or several white knights would come behind them and they would get a true up and get remunerated, in a more equitable fashion. So I just have a little bit of commentary with regard to, the experience in New York and Massachusetts and Maine. From the proponent's perspective, again, it does seem equitable. It does make the economics of the DG facilities work and does not result in rate increases. SBS's comments in support of it, they believe it's similar to their current line extension policy and that it's something that would not be too difficult to implement. Recapitulating what I said before, the experience has shown that it's not viable because that triggering project just won't move forward, on a hope and a dream. And RIA, indicates, and I do invite, of course, all subgroup members to chime in, but I'm just going to try to do a quick voiceover so that this doesn't take forever. But RIA's view is that, the upfront costs for the triggering customers are a barrier to development, and it is unfair to assess all of those costs to that triggering customer. I think PNM indicated that they were interested in discussing it further, but they did have some concerns that it wouldn't be effective because, again, as we've been saying, that first facility would still bear those upfront costs, and there could be some complexity around administering the true-up payments. So any questions or comments from either the subgroup members or questions from the larger group with regard to proposal 1A, retroactive cost sharing? Okay, it is relatively straightforward. So moving on. So then we have cost sharing 2.0, which again is most right now in New York. It's on the agenda for today. That meeting already happened, but I was in other meetings in Maine today, so I don't know what happened. But it is in New York. That is before the PSC right now. Maine did that. Maine has proposed it as a solution for this ground fault over voltage issue that they have experienced, which is not necessarily a system-wide issue, but affecting a great many of their substations, over 130, I believe, of their substations. And they're following the lead of Green Mountain Power in Vermont. And in the appendices in the several hundred-page long document that's up on the OneDrive, we do have that Vermont order for reference. And in Maryland, there's this PC 44 interconnection working group, which is also looking at, sort of doing a prospective cost sharing solution. So again, sort of just general comments from a proponent perspective is that it gives certainty to the developers and is not necessarily contingent upon following projects. PNM's, supports, but needs clarification on how that KW cost would be calculated. And there is a great deal of complexity in the calculation of these and certainly the next proposals in some instances. From an opposition perspective, again, this is better because it is, not requiring projects to follow. It's a known cost based on the size of a project. But the reality is that, as we've talked about before, in terms of learning from other states that now have high penetration of DER, while the low-hanging fruit can get picked and those costs can generally be absorbed by DG projects, once you get to a point where you need substantial distribution system upgrades, the costs can become prohibitive, even if they are shared among all of the projects. So things won't pencil when you get to that point. Industries comments are along those lines. Again, that low hanging fruit, the existing capacity gets used up. The costs are impossible for facilities of that size to bear. And RIA believes it's a piecemeal approach that doesn't advance grid modernization. SPS indicated that they were uncommitted on this, saying that it ignores incremental costs when connecting facilities, which should be a consideration, and that the proposal would lead to generation being inefficiently located to the extent that cost is not a consideration. Any questions with regard to cost sharing 2.0 other than what happened in New York today, which I don't know the answer to, the option of prospective cost sharing among interconnecting facilities? Or any comments?
Yeah, Ed, this is Arthur. When you put it in $1 per kW, first of all, let's be clear that that is the incremental kW, the additional capacity is added through the upgrade, not averaged over the whole new system.
It is that incremental number, and typically the way that this is approached is, let's say that there is a feeder that, or a 20 MVA, that needs to be replaced. Instead of just replacing it in kind, you might say, well, let's go to 40 MVA, and that would therefore open up an additional 20 megawatts of capacity for interconnecting facilities in that section of the grid. What's the delta between the in-kind replacement and the replacement of something that is 20 megawatts bigger? So it's that.
Okay, and then the second thing you just referred to it, which is, there are other ways to measure capacity or system upgrades, and the VARs is one. So, but it looks like there's a 1-to-1 correlation with a power factor of 1. So we're just assuming that.
Well, we're now getting to a point where we're getting technical, and I'm getting less and less conversant. So, but that is okay. That is the way that the conversation has gone in the jurisdictions in which this is being contemplated.
Okay, all right. That's all I need to know is that, there's always different ways to slice the pie. But really what we're talking about here is the addition to capacity, which allows more projects to connect.
Indeed, yes.
Okay.
Anybody from the subgroup want to chime in? Please feel free to interrupt me when I say things wrong or miss some of the points that you guys make on any of these proposals. Otherwise, I'll just move on to proposal 1C.
No, this is Bill Grant. I do have one of the things to remember is when we talk about the cost, eventually, in a lot of cases, and in some cases not, but the load ends up actually paying the cost. So inefficient location of generation is not necessarily to the customer's benefit. Now, if the developers want to come up with a process where they're sharing the cost, eventually they still have to stay competitive, and that might throw the whole group into an uncompetitive position. But some of the examples, and the one thing I feel compelled to point out, some of the examples that you are providing are in states that have a nodal market. And I'm not sure how these generators get paid in those markets, but I'm pretty sure they're getting paid a market price or something to that degree. But we do not have a nodal market in New Mexico, and there is a little bit of a difference of how these costs would impact the customers in New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I think that that's a great point, and I was remiss at the outset not setting the table here adequately. That this subgroup is not making any recommendations, right? We're just providing some information that may be helpful for New Mexico as it moves forward with the solutions that are best for it. But, fundamental to that is that we need to understand the important differences between the states that we're looking to for learnings and examples and New Mexico. So I think that that is a great point, and that we need to be mindful of that throughout this process. I thank Bill for that commentary. Anybody else, or should I move on to the third proposal? Great. So the third proposal is what we're referring to as multi-beneficiary cost sharing. So as I indicated, this is, a more sophisticated cost sharing mechanism that is not just assessing costs to interconnecting projects that can take advantage of additional capacity that has been opened up, but recognizes that there are other beneficiaries to that upgrade of the distribution system, and that there's, some merit to allocating costs to them, and namely that comes in the form of rate basing in the conversation. So in Massachusetts, they've been having this proceeding going on for a number of years. It started out as 1955. It has become 2075. And it is something that, just in June, there was a technical conference where the utilities, presented their proposed solutions at the request of the Department of Public Utilities. And I have in the appendices of this document a whole bunch of pages of what they put forth. And then just on July 2nd, there was a third round of interrogatories from the DPU to the utilities, asking them to give additional detail around how they came up with the math that they came up with. So Eversource had come up with a 58-42 split, and National Grid a 60-40 split between the interconnecting facilities and the rate base. And there's a lot of math done, and this is where it gets incredibly complicated. Sky Stansfield from IREC has really been one of the major thought leaders in this whole space within our industry. And she was, been very involved in Massachusetts throughout this whole process. And she definitely cautioned DPU to go slowly and be really rigorous with regard to how they do this. But it is something that's very ripe. It's something that's happening right now. We'll continue to watch how things progress there. But this is a third potential way to allocate the costs of upgrading the distribution system. And in Massachusetts, they're really taking the lead on this issue. It's very exciting right now. California has actually already instituted the rate basing, as I mentioned before, and we'll get into detail in the next 1D below. But from a general commentary perspective, if you're looking at states that are passing greenhouse gas reduction mandates, it is only appropriate that everyone within the state, to some degree, help share in the costs of the necessary work to interconnect those green facilities. From an industry perspective, we believe that it really helps to promote a robust and sustained industry. If we recognize that, again, the triggering project cost causer pays paradigm grew up in a different world. A world where there were large centralized generation facilities that could easily bear multi-million-dollar interconnection costs. Now that we're living in a brave new world, we really do need to consider a new paradigm when it comes to the regulations around the bearing of those costs. As I mentioned, the ratepayers are also voters. And they have elected legislators that have passed statutes to address climate change. This is where I hearken back to my, the home front during World War II and everyone pulling together, buying war bonds and doing the things necessary. This is a climate crisis, and there's a strong argument to be made that at least some of the costs should be borne by the citizenry at large. Mentioned earlier, beneficial electrification, it really is going to require a massively upgraded distribution system. So all of the goals that many of us share are supportive of this multi-beneficiary approach to the costs of interconnection. Then had some commentary from RIA and PNM around the different types of projects that will qualify and how the devil is in the details. And the devil really very much is in the details. For those who have dived into DPU 2075 in Massachusetts, there are literally thousands and thousands of pages of information and analysis. And that is what is required if this is to be done. From an oppositional perspective, many believe that cost causation is working fine the way that it is. And SBS points out that this policy would lead to some subsidization issues, and that if it's determined that upgrades are needed for reliability, then some cost sharing can be appropriate. But if the costs are only to interconnect the generator, there should be no cost sharing. So I'll pause there. And actually what I would love is for any of the other subgroup participants, because I've been doing all the talking and want to take a drink of water, want to chime in, and then we can open it up to any questions on proposal 1C from the larger group. I guess my subgroup members are a little shy right now, and I am going to call on you guys as we get to your specific proposals. But does anybody from the larger group have any comments or questions with regard to multi-beneficiary cost sharing?
Yeah, this is Bill. I'll go ahead and weigh in again.
Great.
One of the things, again, is in New Mexico, the way the fuel clauses work with the utility, and also with the co-ops that we have. You might have a generator that is not, it doesn't go into a market like it does some of these other examples. So it's hard to always say that some customers are going to benefit from these generators because of the issue that they don't see any direct benefit of that. I'm not going to argue the benefit of behind the meter generation and the effect on global warming and all the other issues, but keep that in mind when we talk about societal benefits and everything else, that again, New Mexico is a different market than some of the examples that we are giving, and it's hard to directly correlate some of those benefits to customers that are not getting the economic benefit of that generation.
Thank you, Bill. Anybody else? All right, so the fourth option, cost allocation option, is what I referenced before is being done in California for certain facilities, which is to say that they are exempt from the costs associated with the upgrades to the distribution system that are required to interconnect them, and that they are covered in the rate base. Now, this is not something that is active beyond that and NEM 1 and 2 in California. It's not something that we're having discussions about in any active proceeding in other states around the United States. It is the dominant practice in European markets. And again, the discussions and the justification of the need for a truly bidirectional grid for decarbonization, beneficial electrifications is a reason used for that. It is something that CCSA and SEIA indicate that they are supportive of, as does RIA. But there is obviously the concomitant requirement on just and reasonable rates. So there's traditional objections focus on the impact to the ratepayers. So I think PNM and SBS indicated that they would like to have more discussions or think about that a little bit more. Industry is supportive, but it is taking the multi-beneficiary rate cost sharing to the next level. And just rate basing the costs of interconnecting to the point of common coupling. Any comments or questions with regard to that proposal? Excellent. So the next one, and Ryan, you're on from PNM, correct?
Yes, I'm here, Ed.
Great. Well, I'm going to kick it to you because this is yours and something that you had come up with in the context of the Grid Mod Act in New Mexico.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so the idea with this proposal is thinks that the statute is broad enough that it could include projects necessary. An unstable connection. So we think the statute is broad enough that it could include grid modernization projects and upgrades that are necessary to accommodate additional DG on the system. And the statute spells out the requirements, the standards that the commission is supposed to consider when the utility files an application for a grid modernization project. And the statute also spells out the cost recovery elements. So if a project benefits just the distribution system, then cost recovery would be only from users of the distribution system. And the standards for approval of a project are spelled out in paragraph B of the statute, and they're fairly detailed. They include things like the commission has to consider whether the project is reasonably expected to improve the public utilities electrical system efficiency, designed to support connection to New Mexico's electrical grid, and increase New Mexico's capability to supply renewable energy needs through export of clean and renewable electricity. And there's 7 total factors that the commission is supposed to consider when reviewing grid mod applications. So the proposal here was not intended to change anything in this statute, but just to recognize that that statute could be used to approve applications for projects needed to accommodate DG, and then cost recovery for those projects could be as provided in the statute, which presumably would just be from all users of the distribution system. So the specific proposal that PNM made was to recognize tariffs that utilities could file, and those tariffs would incorporate the substantive standards in the grid modernization statute, but they would specify a procedure for approval of a grid modernization project that would be specific to each utility. And in PNM's thinking, a favorable procedure for us would be one that's streamlined, would allow for approval within 30 days. And then we also might include something in the tariff that would specifically recognize that the commission could approve projects necessary to interconnect DG as grid modernization projects. But even if that language were in the tariff, that wouldn't obviate the requirement that the utility, PNM in this case, would still have to demonstrate that the proposed project satisfies the requirements of the statute 62.813. So that was really the thinking there. And let me mention a couple other benefits. I think the primary benefit here is I don't think this proposal requires any action by the commission, because the authority is already there in statute. All the utility would have to do is submit a tariff specifying its proposed procedure for approval of a grid mod project. And the commission could accept or modify that procedure, but the commission wouldn't have to make any changes to its substantive rules. And all the commission would have to do when considering a grid mod project would just be to apply the statute. And that's really it. Yeah, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Thanks.
Yeah, Ryan, this is Arthur. I think that the commission will be very much appreciative of the analysis that goes into this option, because it does fit squarely within already approved authorities. When we get to the bottom of this document, there's a chart there that applies at least some thought on which of these options might be best for different kinds of projects. And we can have that discussion then, but I'll just note that it seems like this option is more favored for smaller distribution generation rather than larger, the large DG array or community solar, or community solar, which are 5 to 10 megawatts. So is that your understanding, that this would be better for the smaller projects, more streamlined, very clear rules for making the case that this applies, those kinds of things?
Yeah, I think you're right that
I think we lost you.
I hadn't really considered whether that would necessarily be smaller projects as opposed to larger ones, but the way you're framing it makes sense. In our mind, I don't think PNM would propose a project unless we were, very certain that it satisfied the standards of the statute.
Okay, great, thank you.
Great, thank you, Ryan. So, we additionally have, different subgroup participants, proponents and or opponents positions with regard to this proposal. Again, as we recognize, this is another example of 1C, which is multi-beneficiary cost sharing, but it's one that we thought was definitely one that we wanted to discuss on its own as a standalone issue, because it is New Mexico specific and grounded in the grid modernization effort. I think that's, SPS, again, this is a cost recovery mechanism in their view, and conflicts with, subsidization and what have you. The next proposal is one that was brought forth by SPS and Bill, and I'll let him sort of talk through this, but it's based on something that's currently being done in the Southwest Power Pool.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. This is Bill Grant with SBS. What this proposal is done is in the spirit of trying to try to find some compromise on some cost allocation issues. With the aging infrastructure on distribution we have, and some other, the normal activity of upgrading the distribution system, we are going to have the opportunity at times when we have an interconnection request to actually have already targeted work in that area and come up with a global solution to not only upgrading the facilities, but interconnecting a facility. And when that happens, then we think the cost sharing for that during that time would be appropriate, not to assign all the costs directly to the generator, but to identify the benefits to the system that would have taken place anyway, and that are being enhanced by upgrading the facilities. And it might be a case where we have already targeted the work, but we weren't going to do it for 6 months to a year, and then the interconnection comes in and we expedite the work or anything else. But all that being said, there's going to be situations where there's common interest in the upgrades, and when that occurs, there should be some cost sharing that takes place, and we would be definitely open to that. I haven't worked out the details of how we would work that out or anything, but I just wanted to get the concept out there for consideration for this group. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Bill. I appreciate that. And as people can see, this is a living, breathing document that has been changing as the work of the subgroup has continued. Some things are more fleshed out than others, so there will be additional commentary and detail on several of these things, this one included. And to that end, this one is our newest entry in terms of different options for allocating costs. And I'll let Roberto sort of walk through proposal 1G that he brought up in a recent call that we had.
Basically, it's EPE is really, primary focus here on the interconnection manual is try to avoid having new class or cost allocations. In the discussion of the interconnection rule, we feel that the interconnection rule itself should be a more of a technical regulatory document with processes involved and not so much cost allocation. But if the commission decides that it wants to include it here, then EPE definitely wants to explore something that will be sort of like a class-based rider, where customer, let's say for instance, DG customers behind the meter that are residential, they'll be footing the bill for the network upgrades identified for residential customers across New Mexico that within EPE's territory. The same will apply for commercials. And like I said, this is just a concept that needs to be explored and vetted. So we're just, EPE just saying we're open to discuss that part. But definitely our primary position is to leave the system as is, because with the cost allocation, because we definitely do not want to have customers who do not have DER pay for or have their rates increase to pay for upgrades that they're not benefiting from. And I know that we can argue the societal benefits of it, but that's a whole different issue that I think should not be part of the interconnection rulemaking itself.
Thanks, Roberto. And I'm just going to pause before going to the final page, in which we have the matrix. I think, Arthur, your desire was for the subgroup participants to indicate for a variety of scenarios, what they think the best cost allocation option would be. And we do have that, but it is very partial. So again, we had identified 8 different types of scenarios for interconnection. And the thought was that we would have people indicate which they preferred. This, though, as I indicate here, is incomplete. We didn't get feedback from all participants, so I don't want to convey this as sort of at all even fully baked or quarter baked, but we did get feedback from some of the participants with regard to what they think is the most appropriate cost allocation option for these variety of scenarios. I'll keep this up for a moment and open it up again to any questions, comments, or other commentary.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. I'll just point out that nothing here is determinative, right? What we're doing is laying out options and exploring different ways to think about this. And I'm very pleased that there are some new and particularly relevant to New Mexico ideas here. So don't feel like, just because, we may poll on this either now or later, that it's going to bake anything in. Really, what I wanted to do, and what I think that this whole document does, is provide the commission with an understanding that there are different ways to look at this problem, and that when an individual project is presented to the commission or to the utility, that there's more tools in the toolbox than the one that we've traditionally used. And I think that Ed very appropriately pointed out the fact that the cost causation model that is widely used was developed for a whole different set of circumstances than the circumstances that we're dealing with now. And so here are different ways to look at it that may be appropriate to the newer circumstances. And it will really kind of be up to the utility to possibly, try on these different options. There may be cases where the commission has to make a decision about that. I would think particularly on the credit mechanism, there has to be some balancing, right? This is almost like what FERC does in balancing individual benefits from system benefits and the allocation of transmission costs. That's a regulatory function, right? That's going to require the commission to weigh in on sometimes. I don't know exactly how that would happen. So I'm very pleased with this, and I will note from that chart that Ed had there is that each of the options, each of the scenarios, the different kinds of projects, has at least 2 ways of looking at this, right? And some of them have 3. So that really, to me, says that is that we're doing a good job here in really kind of like identifying the fact that there are different tools that can be used, and maybe as we look a little bit further into the credit mechanism, that may be more appropriate for some projects than others, but that would bolster this idea that almost everything has a couple of different ways that we could look at it. So I'm very pleased on that. I see that Tayoko has his hand raised. I'll just point out that, the next question I'm going to ask is, are we ready to take a poll on this, or does it need a little bit more work? So Tayoko?
Yeah, thanks, Arthur. Thanks for pulling all this together, Ed. Doing a great job. One thing that I think has to be addressed, and of course it depends on which or combination of which of these is selected, is just how does it actually get implemented? And just like utilities prepare load forecasts, would there be DER forecasts that would allow utilities to forecast the penetration levels and hosting capacity of different feeders, so that then there would be a step-by-step process, so that it doesn't happen dramatically at one point in time because the feeder is filled up. So I did do some research into some of the references that Ed had provided in the background of this document, and there is some conversations about that in some of the states. For example, Maryland has specifically said that they utilities should consider both the upgrade needs of interconnection customers and do DER forecasts, and they do want to have that integrated into the load forecasting that is done today. So a more integrated process of carrying this and actually executing this would be a question that we should ask when we get through this process. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? No, okay. I do want to do a time check here. We've taken a longer time to go through these first couple of presentations, but I think it's really worth it. I just want to get a sense from people if you feel that more work needs to be done on this document before we kind of like take a poll on it, or people want to move ahead. Yeah, Roberto, go ahead. Or are you talking on the phone?
Can I call you? Can you call me up around 3 o'clock?
Okay, Roberto's talking on the phone.
I'm going to New Mexico call. DRC. All right. Sure. Bye-bye.
Okay, Ed, what do you think? Do you think that there is anything more that can be done with this document before we take a poll on it? Because I'm happy, you know, again, this is going to be ancillary materials to the report, so I'm not feeling a time pressure on it. I want it to be thoroughly considered. I think that, you know, for me, it's like 90–95% there. Just there's a couple of holes to see if we can get some additional comment or positions on. How do you feel?
Yeah, I think that as I indicated, it is a living, breathing document, and we are adding to it. But I tend to agree with your assessment, given the way that Margie has put the poll up in Miro. I think that people should be able to answer that question in one of those 3 ways at this point. I'm still looking forward to continuing to add to the document and update it as things progress in other areas. But I would be supportive of that.
Okay, Margie, in the interest of time, do you have any objections to holding the polling on this till next time?
I have no objection to that.
Okay, let's do that.
Arthur, this is Mike D'Antonio from SPS.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute earlier, but one comment I'll make is that, you know, this effort here is for interconnection for all projects. You know, you've got the subset of community solar projects and that legislation, that enabling legislation, and specifically in the Community Solar Act, legislators specifically dictated that there should not be minimal subsidies or no subsidies for projects for non-subscribers to community solar. So I think we just need to be mindful of that. When we get into determining how we do the cost allocation, we don't want to get crossways with the legislature or the legislative intent. So just a comment on that.
Sure, and that is definitely a limitation. I'll just suggest that if we went down a road of determining that there are system benefits to a particular upgrade project that happens to be serving a community solar project, or that the community solar project in particular has societal benefits, the commission may decide that that's not really cross-subsidization, right? That is a valid expenditure of resources that might be rate-based or might be reimbursed in some other manner that takes it out of that equation. Now, I can't say for sure that would ever happen, or identify what kind of project that would be. But again, we're just giving the commission the the sense that there are different ways of looking at this as appropriate.
Agreed. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. Let's at least, as we're heading into 11 o'clock, let's at least go back and check in on the IEEE 1547, see if we can get that off and see if there's anything that we need to do on the reconciliation summary. So is Travis Dorr with us today? Or somebody else?
Yes.
Yeah, Travis,
Yeah.
hi.
Good morning, Arthur. How are you?
And I believe that Margie had set up a Miro question. We've had a couple of weeks where we've talked pretty deeply about kind of what the subgroup has proposed, and I don't think that there's a whole lot of controversy about it. So let's pull up the Miro again and see what that says. So this is just a sense from the group. Should we go ahead and accept, not accept, or do some more editing on adoption of a timeline, which is very important, for requiring that new inverters be able to handle these autonomous functions, and that date is December 31st, 2022. That does not mean that existing inverters need to be upgraded by that date, but kind of part of this proposal is that as they reach the end of their life, that a new inverter would be necessary, and that new inverter would be capable of doing these things, right? And so it's very, very cut and dry from my point of view. We have more work to do in terms of defining the thresholds for ride-through capabilities or frequency response, but that's all for working groups to come, okay? Yep. So I think that unless you have anything to add, that we can move ahead with this one, and I'll open up my Miro again. Okay, where are we here? Yes. Okay, give everybody a few seconds to read through it, and then Margie can open up the poll. Okay.
Ready to poll? Okay, I'm going to launch the poll. And also, as our new practice now, you'll see in the Miro board, and I put the link back in there, but the Miro board has references to the documents, both the work that Travis and team did, plus a supporting document that has a definitions portion of it to define the categories and other terminology that are being used in this. So that will be important as we write our report. So I'm going to go ahead and launch the poll. You also have 2 minutes, but you might not need 2 minutes to vote. So you should see the polling is open. After you've clicked the plus sign on one of the 4 sticky notes, you can hit done in the voting session control panel on your left, and we'll summarize results. So 10 more seconds, and then I'll close the poll. All right, I am closing the poll at this point. Processing the results, but we looks like we have on the order of 22 for yes, accept, and 1 person has some minor revisions suggested. one vote for that. So again, we'll ask for any of your revision comments to us in writing. And I think Art and Travis and team, thank you for the great work on this. I think we can move this forward into a recommendation and await the person who's got revisions to let us know what that should be.
Sounds good. Thank you, Margie.
Oh. Okay, and so thank you all. And then did we have a poll prepared for the reconciliation summary? And then I guess I'll just ask the same question. Are we ready to poll on that one? There's a lot of information in the narrative document that we went over and the spreadsheet. I don't really feel like we have the time to go back over it again. So the question is, let's do the poll. And if there's objections to it, then we can revisit it after people have a chance to think about it some more. That work?
That sounds good. You can see on Miro that I've set up the poll to have the option, if you've not reviewed it, to vote for the yellow sticky. So either yes, I like the content of that really dense and fabulous document that Matt Hagan and team put together. No, you don't like the content, or you've not reviewed it. So this is, again, taking the temperature of the group. So,
and then just, yeah, if there's anybody that's new that hasn't had a chance to review it, basically this was looking at what the existing manual says, what the SGIP model says, and what the IREC model says about various issues that we've been addressing all along, just so that we have a sense of what the difference are. Some of those differences are being hashed out in the technical working group. Some of them we've already dealt with, like dispute resolution issues and things like that. It's really a kind of document that, like the IREC questions, really helps the commission to get a firm grasp of what exactly are we talking about when we make a proposal or make a recommendation for change. So that they can see that we've viewed and vetted all the different potential options, leaving a few stones unturned. There's always a few stones, but that's what the purpose of this document is. It doesn't, again, commit the commission to doing anything, doesn't commit the working group to approving or disapproving anything. It's just adding more of the background material that the commission can rely on as it undergoes its decision-making process.
I'll add that that document's also going to be very useful for the manual revision team and for generally, perhaps some of those issues would be useful background for the technical issues that Eric and team are facilitating. So thank you again, Matt. Is there anything, Matt, you want to say about the spreadsheet at this point?
No, I guess I don't have anything else to add. I just cleaned up the formatting since our last presented it 2 weeks ago. And like I said, it's not comprehensive. It's kind of like it got us like 70% of the way there, and the last 30% to get it perfect would probably take us months to do. But I think this puts us at least in a good position, like you and Art were saying, that'll be a helpful tool for us to use in the other subgroups.
Right, and there's still work to be done in terms of what this group decides, and that's another whole column. Is that which of these options are chosen, or combination of options, as Eric has pointed out, is that there's some melding going on. So again, thank you all for the work, and Margie, let's poll.
All right, the polling is now open. I'll give another 10 seconds for the poll. And I will now, is anybody having trouble voting? Speak up if you do. All right, I'm gonna end
Yes,
the-
I'm having trouble voting, Margie. This is Tayoko.
Tayoko?
It's not letting me vote.
I had to refresh my screen and then I was able to vote.
Yeah, refreshing the screen is something that we determined was a good workaround.
Yeah, right, somebody refresh if someone has clicked on the sticky rather than done the voting, sometimes it takes that sticky out of the voting option. So try refreshing.
I did.
Tayoko.
It works. Thank you.
Great, fabulous. All right, I'll give another 10 seconds for any refresh tasks. And I'll end the voting. Thank you for speaking up, Tayoko. And the results look like we've got 13 votes for yes, I like the content. 6 individuals have not yet reviewed the document. And there are 2 people that don't like the content. So Arthur, let me turn it to you to ask what kind of conversation you'd like to have about this result.
Well, certainly we'd like to give everybody the opportunity to review it and look it over. So I'm going to suggest that we come back on the 29th and repoll. And certainly the people who do not like the content, please send us an email that explains what you don't like about it so that we can either incorporate it and talk about it on that. Of course, we don't need to have 100% on all of these things. In fact, I don't think that we have any of the things that we polled on have complete acceptance, but certainly if there are problems with the content, we'd like to know about it and what we can do to improve it.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so redo 729. Okay, and we won't have to spend all that much time on it then. But please do take advantage of the fact that these documents are available in the OneDrive. You know, we know we've asked a lot of you, and there's an ever increasing amount of information. I think that we've been pretty good at kind of handling the easy things, then moving on to the more difficult things. So, okay, Margie, that's it on the polls for today.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We are now at 11:12, and I actually think that the updates from newer subgroups are going to be pretty short. So we're going to try and keep the schedule. Is there somebody here to address at all the utility reporting requirements? No. The update on that is that I'm going to close out my Miro. Stop. Is that, you know, we asked for more participation from the utilities, and they've weighed in. The manual revision, Roberto Favela talked to us last week in the off-week conversation, and Roberto's heading up the manual revision group. I don't anticipate that because of the holidays and stuff, much has happened. You got anything to report, Roberto?
No, just what you had mentioned before, that we're going to be start working and looking at this bill, and we're going to be doing the initiate the reviews with the utilities. That may take 2 or 3 weeks for us, and then we'll present those comments and everything to the rest of the subgroups members.
Okay, and I'll just point out that we have agreement to use the IREC structure, which is the outline of the IREC model manual, in that There will be things that that are decided that are not specific to IREC that go back to the FERC SGIP. It's just, I think that it's going to be a better process to use IREC because it's a little bit cleaner. There's a lot of stuff in SGIP that refers to transmission lines that we're not dealing with here. So I very much appreciate the willingness to use IREC as the structure, and we'll decide on the different components as we get agreement or consensus within each of the working groups and then the bigger group. Okay. Thank you, Roberto, and do keep us informed. I'll just point out that next week, not going to be able to have that in between week call with people because on the 22nd, we have the first working group for the Community Solar Act implementation, and that's going to take up all of Thursday. So if you have any issues on anything that you're working on, you can, of course, contact us at any time via email or call us, and we'll work you through it. But I think that, you know, we pretty much handled a lot of the underlying understandings that needed to go into the working group. So I'll just say that we're available. All right, I'm seeing Eric saying lack of response out of 3 or 4 action items from last time. We should defer discussion of these until next time. Yeah, so I don't think that we'll actually have to go to noon, but we'll get there, Eric. So we'll just take it in and start when we start, because we still have to have a break. I have to have a break. Okay, next on the agenda, definitions and glossary. Abbas, are you with us today? And I know that Margie and Satish have been working on this as well.
Satish is doing most of the work, but I'm also on. He has put together one slide to show where we are on it. If Margie can put that on the screen, Satish and I can walk you through it.
Great.
So while that's happening, basically, we are gathering all relevant manuals that would pertain to contributing what definitions we need for this. But the idea also was to have the subgroups looking at it so that they can identify what terms and definitions they would like to include. So here it is on the screen. Satish? Is
okay, thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks,
sure.
So very quickly, the purpose is to have something for the reader that represents a consensus on what terms mean, and perhaps explain the intent of statements made in the manual. And so we started with Margie's suggestion that start with the IREC glossary. And I believe the manual, the folks who are writing the manual are using IREC as the baseline. So that should work out very well. And Margie's already posted the glossary with my initial comments to the share site. But in addition, we are looking at NERC, SGIP, NERC standards, IEEE standards, although the last update on that was 2014. So a lot of what we've talked about over the last several weeks doesn't even show up in there. And EIA has an online glossary. The idea here is that when we do define a term, we would prefer to use something of the sort listed here when we put the definition down. When the definition is not available, we'll just find a consensus that for the purposes of this manual in New Mexico, this is what we mean. Yeah. Looking at the glossary itself, we start with the IREC, and it seems pretty good to me, but there are things that are not there. And the most obvious one that comes to mind is there's no definition in the IREC glossary of hosting capacity. So we'll have to define that. There is Also, there are also things where, and I'm going to invite everybody in the group to pitch in, but even today, we sort of got into transmission versus distribution. And all the definitions out there are all over the place, and none of them really recognize that there is a jurisdictional difference.
Yeah.
So one is FERC, one is commission. Less important. So this is more nitpicking than anything, the point of interconnection versus the point of common coupling. And that came up at our last meeting. I'm not even sure that's terribly important for an interconnection manual, but common coupling is a very standard term that really started with other standards, such as IEEE 519. And common coupling means we agree that that is where we are going to make measurements. So if there is a difference between the two, which from the interconnection standpoint is probably not terribly important, there is a difference. The IREC manual often throws back to the glossary throws back to the manual itself, section such and such. And so this is going to be a living document as the manual develops. We'll have to make sure that we are pointing to the right section, or we could simply put a definition. And then one of the things that I noticed is we have at least 3 ways of thinking about classifying distributed generation. One is in terms of the screening process, level 1, level 2, level 3. Another one is the 1547 category 1, category 2, category 3. And then today's presentation on cost. Again, that last table, Ed, that you showed, you tried to make some sense of different types of customers. And ultimately, that could be a little confusing in the glossary. I seek your input. The glossary may be able to refine that. So if we could grab the next slide, the recommendation is that the IREC glossary is what we will adopt, and that gets us 80% there. We may have to work on some of the terms. But I would really suggest that people who are doing writing, you can either just go to the document and throw in a word that you think needs to be included in there, or you could just write me an email and I'll keep an updated list. And then at some point we should update, and although this is not part of the glossary, IREC has an appendix with just a collection of standards, and it would just need to be updated. So what we would like to see as a path forward is, as folks do their writing, if something comes to mind that, boy, I think it really needs to be in the glossary, you could put it in the comment block in the document, or just email it to me. If you have a definition or want to offer one, please do so. And if enough people want to, or if a few people want to, we could do a quick Zoom meeting and generate a big old list. So that is the easy part. There is, Abbas brought up a very interesting question. How does this glossary get updated? And so, Abbas, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks, Satish. I think that's a good rundown. Before I get into that part in the group, I think it's we are going to make sure that the definitions we use are specific to New Mexico, because considering that we have a composition of co-ops and IOUs, and each one, for example, might be separately defining where distribution starts, at what voltage level. So that'll be an interesting thing to address, because we can't give one definition for that and assume it fits everybody. So that's going to be something we need to handle. And then coming back to this question of how should the glossary be updated, Art definitely would like your direction on that, so that we can make this process not only easy, but keep it ongoing. Is it a 1 year update? Is it a 6-month update? Because as we work, we are going to be going into areas where definitions are not available or have not been included, or there's no clarity on them. So that's what we would like to avoid, is the ambiguity and the clarity, having clarity and not having ambiguity on terms we are using.
Okay.
Yeah, we
I'll
don't
have
need
to think
look at
about that. Yeah, I'll have to think about that, but I
Sure.
can see that for sure we may, certainly we're not going to finish this glossary until we go through the revision of the manual and the rule, and then double check on that all the terms that are used are referenced in the glossary, right? All the necessary terms. So that's one thing. So don't worry about kind of finishing it yet. Second is that no doubt, even though we'll be dealing with more technical aspects of inverter technologies in phase 2 and whatever else we come in phase 2, there may be some definitions that need to be upgraded. So let's build into our sense the fact that the commission can entertain revisions to the glossary and anything else that's necessary at the end of phase 2. And that should be a fairly cut and dried process.
Okay.
Not really deeply involved. It may require a NOPR. I don't know. The commission here needs to go through a certain way of doing things. Going forward, I'd like to minimize changes, but when there's a material change in the marketplace, for instance, if New Mexico decided that all the utilities should be parts of RTOs, that's going to affect some elements of distribution interconnection, especially anything that may be wanting to participate in RTO markets, right? So that would be an opportunity to do it. So while I can't predict specifically when we should update it, I can foresee circumstances that would require updating. And we can just build that into the recommendations that we make to the commission.
Yeah. So the streamlining the process and making it easier and more accessible without going through a hearing process or opening up, a hearing with the commission would be easier. So consider that as part of your recommendation, so that just the glossary might be a separate section, which is easier to update and change rather than the entire manual.
Yeah, and we'll certainly seek input from the utilities in particular as to what would be best for them, because they're the ones that would be dealing with any implications of changed definitions, right?
And the co-ops too.
Specs.
Yeah, and the co-ops as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Co-ops to me are utilities, but
yeah.
and the telephone companies, right?
Yeah. I think Eric has a hand up. I don't know if it's pertaining to this.
Yeah, just to say on the point you made about definitions related to hosting capacity, just to note that there were several definitions that the industry group put forward in their first technical proposal. That was May 19th, that are available, and I could cut and paste and send those to you, or maybe the industry group that originally developed those wants to reconsider them and then try to work with you on incorporating them in some way. But it also relates to our discussion of if we're just going to have an outline of a process or a roadmap for hosting capacity, do we want to have definitions now, even though we won't have any specific proposals about hosting capacity, rather than we'll just have a process or a roadmap as a result of this phase 1 this year. So I think that might still be a decision to be made in terms of including those or not, but we do have the beginnings of several definitions related to hosting capacity from the industry group.
And Eric, that itself points to the need for having to come up with a consensus, because we will not be able to afford having multiple definitions for the same term like hosting capacity. So that's what I meant by clarity. I think the working group has to go back, or the larger group has to meet and say, all right, this is the one that best meets our needs, and that will be the one that will go into the glossary. Otherwise, we'll still have confusion.
Okay, so I don't see a need to act on anything here, but
Yeah.
let's proceed with at least the first part of the recommendation, which is that we're going to base this off of the IREC glossary and then build on it and refine it.
Yeah.
That as you go forward in identifying terms that may have multiple definitions or shadings, that we can use the Miro to get a sense of those. But it may be that we never really reach consensus on it. We just have a working definition, right? So,
Possible. Yeah.
yes. So anything that you can do to kind of bring those issues up next time, right? And that maybe we can kind of get a couple of them out of the way. But I do see this as an ongoing process that, of course, has to align with the actual document revision.
Yeah. I think Satish also has a hand up, but
Yes,
I
your
will
hand
also mention that sometimes, although the glossary might have a definition, but eventually it may boil down to a site-specific application and a negotiation between the host utility and the developer to say, all right, how do we define this for this particular site in this particular application? That may be a possibility. Okay, Satish?
So I just wanted to I was remiss talking to Margie yesterday. I am going through the working group documents, the grid works and some of the other ones that are on the site. So I'm making some notes and digging out some words, but that should not stop anybody, and I'd welcome any help in generating that list.
Yeah.
So if there are enough people, we could do a Zoom next week or
Separately for that one definition or set of
just throwing a bunch of words in the pot.
Sure.
Yeah. I'll encourage people to work through these things offline and then bring back agreements and issues to the bigger group when we do that. So terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
It's now 11:31, and I'm going to recommend that we have one more bullet point here, which is overall interconnection process timeline flowchart and whether a subgroup's needed. Let's reserve that conversation to the end of the day because I don't know what to think about it yet. So instead, we will take a 15-minute break and reconvene at 11:46 to stay pretty much on schedule and talk about where we are in terms of the technical issues and work through that. I get a sense that we will probably finish a little early today, which is fine with me. Thank you all. See you in 15.
Thank you.
Okay, before we reconvene and turn it over to Eric, I just was going through the list of participants, and there are a few names that do not appear on my lists. So I just want to make sure that if you're here, you're interested in what we're doing, you want to keep following this, that you get on our list so that you get the notices. So I'll just say that Antonio Sanchez, C.R. Robinson, George Novella, Jordan Kessler, and Raymond Butler do not appear on either of my spreadsheets. So just make sure that Margie has your information to add them. I'm working off a slightly older spreadsheet, so she may have them. Margie?
Yeah, I do have all those except for George Novella from El Paso is a new name for my latest spreadsheet. Everybody else I've got on our list of participants. One other exception I saw on the list, there's somebody that's logged in with a phone number of 575-383-4270 that I haven't pinpointed yet, but all the others, Arthur, we've got on our latest spreadsheet. You're muted, Arthur.
Just so that everybody knows that I was raised and went to Catholic school for grammar school, and so we take the role, so you know. Okay, Eric, I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right, thanks, Arthur, and hello, everyone. Continuing our discussion of the two technical issues that have been before us since the beginning. Issue 1 on capacity screening levels and process and hosting capacity, and issue 2 on non-export, limited export, and inadvertent export. And I don't know that we'll need the full time today, as I tried to indicate to Arthur a little earlier. We'll see. But we have made progress on one set of proposals in particular, and nothing on a couple others. So just to recap where we were 2 weeks ago, let me share my screen. So where we were last week is I had created this technical proposals summaries document, version 1, with 7 discrete proposals for issue 1 on capacity screening levels, process and hosting capacity, and 5 discrete proposals on issue 2 on the non-export, inadvertent export. And these were a synthesis of the proposals that we received from both the industry group and the utilities group, plus their further comments and revisions as we went through, a number of weeks based on what they had originally submitted, trying to, achieve some convergence to see where we get to. We start labeling these consensus versus non-consensus. So what we essentially did last week is we went through these, had some discussion of most or all of them. And that discussion, what it really led to was a series of 4 specific action items that we generated 2 weeks ago for these last 2 weeks that were due yesterday and would be the point of departure for our discussion today. And part of my intention for these action items was to allow us to really get to a point with most or many of the proposals, today in terms of seeing where we really were achieving convergence. I'll just briefly review these 4 action items. So action item number 1, the utilities were to review proposals 1A, 1B, 1C on capacity screening levels and process. And that's partly due to the fact that we had, if we look at proposal 1A and 1B again, we had some previous discussions of the different levels, whether we should have 3 levels or 4 levels and what they were. And in terms of the capacity screening process, as it related to the flow chart that that the industry group had originally submitted and then revised again on June 30th. And then proposal 1C was the utilities group proposal, which was essentially to say we should follow the screening criteria detailed in the SGIP model. At this point in our discussion, really the action item was for the utilities to review those 3 proposals, 1A, 1B, 1C, and see if we could make more progress on today on clarifying and coming to some convergence of the actual text. But I didn't receive anything from utilities on that. They said that there were people out on vacation and with the July 4th holiday and so on, that they weren't able to get to it. So I think that's still an action item, which we will need to do for these next 2 weeks then, and have a discussion of those 3 proposals, 1A, 1B, 1C next week, or next time in 2 weeks from today. So that's still pending. And I think we're going to need to do a lot more work on this. So I really wanted to get started on it. And if there are comments on proposals 1A, 1B, 1C today from people, we can go through those verbally. The GridWorks summary document that I've been alluding to here has been reposted to the meeting, to the OneDrive directory for today's meeting as well. It was on the July 1st meeting as well, but it's also been reposted to today's meeting. You can find it. Also related to 1A, the industry group was asked to consider their response to proposal 1A in terms of their original May 19th proposal, which was for 3 capacity levels. And in particular now, it seems like the 25 kilowatt level is essentially agreed on, the 0 to 25 kilowatt level, but the further levels like 25 to 1 megawatt and so on, we still have to work through that. So again, this item, I did not receive any response from the industry group. I think there was perhaps, they said that there was perhaps a misunderstanding, but I thought we were also pretty clear in posting all 4 of these action items in the meeting follow-up notes the day after the July 1st meeting, both in the notes themselves and in the body of the email. So I just wanted people to really be aware of all 4 of these action items. So I think that also will come back. We'll have to come back to in 2 weeks. But if there are comments today from the industry group or the utilities group or anyone else really on these proposals, 1A, 1B, 1C, if we can make some progress on further convergence today, that would be great. Otherwise, we'll do that in 2 weeks. And then our action item number 3. All participants, especially those who made verbal comments or questions during the call on hosting capacity, to comment on the hosting capacity proposals 1D, 1E, 1F, 1G, and especially to outline or propose a process that could be specified during this working group. And Kevin Cray had made his comments, in particular 2 weeks ago during our meeting, and he invited anyone else to share with him. And we did receive a submission from Kevin yesterday on this action item number 3. So he's not here today, but I will present that briefly. It's also been posted to the OneDrive for the meeting today. But I think we also, and so we can review that and discuss that and invite comments on Kevin's proposal over these next 2 weeks. But I was expecting to and hope to see further inputs from many more people on this particular point in terms of outlining and proposing a process for hosting capacity, and also reconciling the issue of whether that process would be within the phase 2 part of the interconnection working group or would be separate, and we may not be able to resolve that. But the utilities were saying in their proposals that that should be a separate process outside of the interconnection working group. And then finally, action item number 4, the utilities group and industry group to convene a joint meeting to begin to work through reconciliation and convergence of proposals 2A and 2B on non-export, inadvertent export. And we did that this past Monday. So that action item number 4 was achieved, and I have a further additional document with that revised proposal that I've posted to the OneDrive, and I'll go through in just a minute. We'll start with that one. So that one I think we've made good progress, and we actually could be pretty close in terms of the whole issue number 2 on non-export, inadvertent export, based on that joint meeting that utilities spent some time preparing for last week, and then we did have an hour-and-a-half meeting this past Monday. So that's where we stand on this. And I think what I'll do is go in reverse order. So I'm going to address number 4 first in terms of the non-export issue. I'll address number 3 next in terms of process. We'll look at Kevin Cray's proposal for a process for hosting capacity. And then we'll come back to action items 1 and 2 and see if any discussion on this call would be productive, or whether we just defer again those action items to our next time in 2 weeks. Okay, Art, before I go on, anything to note on anything so far?
Nope, please proceed.
Okay. So turning to this action item number 4 in terms of non-export and inadvertent export, I prepared this document for today. And again, it's you're just seeing it for the first time, but it is in the OneDrive. You can pull it out yourself. And I do want to go through it because I think again, I think we could be pretty close. So first of all, what I'm now calling proposal 2F, because we've already used up 2A through 2E. And so we don't, in the interest of limiting confusion, I'm going to keep numbering. And proposals 2E and 2A through 2E on this issue of non-export still exist. If anyone who has made those proposals want them in the final report, they can still go in, but what we're hoping is that now this proposal 2F will supersede, people will agree that it supersedes 2A and 2B. And when we write the final report, we can renumber everything so it doesn't look like we're starting in the middle somewhere. But this is my attempt to say where we are now in terms of the discussion and what might be a potential convergence or reconciliation of what both the utilities group and the industry group have put forward. So first paragraph, I think there's not much controversy about this type of idea. And the wording of everything, of course, is subject to comments and revisions, and even as we go through the final report next month, that will still be the case. When a storage system is installed in conjunction with a generation system, both may be reviewed at the same time and be included in one interconnection agreement. This applies to an interconnection application that includes both a generation system and storage, or to an application which is adding a storage system to an already existing generation system. The review level in terms of, and we'll have to agree on a term, but I've listed 4 separate terms here as possibilities: aggregate capacity, exporting capacity, program size, and ongoing operation capacity, all of which have been used in some way in our past discussions or proposals. And choosing one of them may involve just a simple poll or some other method, but we may want to do that relatively soon. Review level in terms of whatever capacity term we chose will be based upon the lesser of, 1, the combination of the on-site generation rated capacity and the storage nameplate capacity. And that would be in the absence of anything else that would produce a smaller number. 2, the combined nameplate ratings of the sources that can be simultaneously supplied to the grid, such as 2 inverters. And here now the utilities want to say based on their AC kilowatt ratings and following the procedure rules set up in California. And we talked about AC versus DC at length on the call on Monday. And the industry group, I believe, still wanted to maintain the position where each inverter string is calculated as the sum of the PV DC kilowatt capacity per inverter string or the AC kilowatt capacity, whichever is less. So that seems like there's still a point there to resolve, but if we were to follow the rules set up in Colorado, that would seem like a reasonable thing. But there was a lot of nuance in terms of the AC versus DC, and I didn't capture it all, and so I don't know if we're still that far apart on this or not. But this is essentially saying, okay, you look at the inverter capacities, and that would be that would likely be, it could be smaller than the nameplate, than the sum of the nameplates. And then number 3 is really the provision which includes the fact that you could have some operational mode or limiting element that would be a power control system, which would be set to some operational mode, which would limit export or essentially, zero export or limited export. So if the contribution of the energy storage to the total contribution is limited by programming or by some other mutually agreeable on-site limiting element, and I don't know if this word approved is necessary or not, but the approved maximum export limit, including the option of zero export, as set by, and here again we have our choice of terms that were included in the proposals: energy storage system operating mode or power control system operating mode. So maximum export limit as set by the operating mode, considering the operational differences of load offset and export, can be used for interconnection reviews, provided that, and there are 3 provisions here. So essentially saying that operational mode, that setting of that operational mode for the storage plus the solar can be used for interconnection reviews, provided that these 3 technical conditions are met. One is the power control system testing that conforms to the ULCRD. Second is that the system has an open loop response time of no more than 2 seconds. And the third is that all the inverters are UL 1741 certified. And those 3 technical provisions essentially come from what the industry group proposed based on pretty much exactly the wording from California's adopted rule for this. The discussion on Monday pointed to including at least URCLD, this point number 1, in the non-export specification, but the utility group did not propose this. They did not propose that these technical standards be included, but it seemed like we were converging on the fact that we could include at least a reference to ULCRD in the non-export limited export proposal, and particularly since that is what allows for the operating mode or setting to to be used in terms of setting a lower limit on the export. And then continuing down just 2 more paragraphs here. For other aspects of review, such as short circuit current and voltage fluctuations, the review level will be based on either item 1 or 2 above. That is to say that the operational setting is only applicable to the ongoing operation capacity and not additional screening criteria. And then finally, this came from the utility proposal. Any change in the use case of an existing storage system, including but not limited to changes in the operating mode configuration or programming, or changes to the maximum export value as set by the energy storage system operating mode, I added that in, is required to have an interconnection review in a new interconnection application. So this would seem to be a fairly complete incorporation of convergence of both the technical, the industry and the utility groups, as moderated by our discussion last time. But it's my interpretation then of all of that. So I think it would be helpful to hear now from both groups in terms of anything that strikes them. If they think this is reasonably reflecting what we have talked about, there's something that stands out to them that we did not agree on or that they still disagree with, then I think we should hear those comments now, and we can take comments over the next 2 weeks on this. But if we can say that we're pretty close here, then we will at least know that we have we can have a consensus proposal on this issue. So let me open it up for comments from anyone. Let me just get my list here, and I'll start calling on people who have raised their hands. So Adam Harper, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Eric. I just wanted to put out there on section 3 for the inadvertent export. I believe
Adam, I'm sorry. This is only for non-export, limited export. And I will come to, I have a whole nother page on inadvertent export that we'll come to. I'm sorry for not being clear about that. So for now, let's just discuss this page in terms of non-export, limited export. And I should also mention that the 2-second criteria here for non-export, limited export is the same as what California specified. It's not the case for inadvertent export, but we'll come back to that after this. Is that, hopefully that's okay?
Yes, that answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah. Could someone who was on our call on Monday from the industry group on this point of AC versus DC kilowatt capacity for the inverter strings, Stephen, yeah, go ahead on that. Is that still really a fundamental issue for us, or are we close to saying, okay, if we do follow the procedure we'll set up in Colorado, that we're okay? I think that was the case in Colorado, that they just went with the kilowatt AC ratings. That would be okay, or if you could recreate for us a bit what the considerations were about the DC versus AC. Go ahead, Stephen.
Hey, thank you, Eric. So I think what I'm not seeing in this is the export rating or limited export rating of how this facility would be assessed. We're saying the nameplate rating, which I think is fine. And I think the industry proposal here was more along the lines of the program capacity. How much generation do you actually have participating within the interconnection pathway, whether that be net metering, whether that be, I think that's the most prominent program today at 10 kW, that the determination for that program is based on the solar capacity. The combined nameplate capacity following Colorado seems fine, but we also need to add clarification on the term for export capacity here. So hopefully I didn't confuse the discussion by bringing that up, but I do think these definitions are used differently within the application processing and different technical review steps.
Yeah, thank you. And that's your additional proposal, or your revised proposal that we discussed 2 weeks ago, was use the phrase program size. So I included it as a possible term here in terms of what we would call this. But I had thought that this point 2 essentially followed what you had proposed last time. if including the red, in terms of AC versus DC, whichever is less, but the combined nameplate ratings of the inverter strings essentially. And maybe there are a few words that are missing somehow, but I think I thought that this point 2 was what you were essentially adding, and the utilities also said the same thing essentially. So it seemed like, for this point 2, that there was essentially meeting the minds, except for the DC versus AC. But you're pointing to that there may be some definitional issues, maybe some additional words are needed here.
Yeah, I think the issue, I don't disagree that the nameplate capacity, I think this all, it makes sense and it's clear, but in the case of that limited export use case, that it's not a non-export, I guess we'll be talking about in the next section. So let's continue that discussion as we talk about the limited export, inadvertent export use case.
Yeah, I mean, if something was set for non-export, it would probably then, the applicable clause would be number 3 here, where you'd have some power control system that would be limiting the export to 0, and that power control system would be set to that 0 export operating mode and tested as such, unless you had 0 capacity of inverters. You had 0 inverters facing the grid, then clause 2 would I guess apply. If the inverter capacity was essentially 0 too, in the case of 0 export. Does that make sense?
Yes, but it affects how that resource is really interacting with the grid. And we had discussions last week, or earlier this week, a little bit about aggregated nameplate capacity for transient response and study, but that's not what the whole interconnection process is about. And the non-export characteristics are going to have a big impact on those local feeder, on that service connection assessment component for these resources.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you have exporting in the next scenario for the inadvertent export, where you may have a NEM system with a program capacity of, let's just say 7 kW, that exports up to 7 kW, but that they also have AC coupled storage that is not exporting, that operational characteristic needs to be accounted for. And as long as we can do that and make it clear, I think we have success.
Yeah, so you're pointing to, as this point 2 here, the combined nameplate ratings might be 7 kilowatt solar and 7 kilowatt storage in terms of the inverters, but that inverter would be, the storage inverter would be set to non-export, is what you're saying. But then let's say short circuit current and other screens, interconnection screens, would be based on the combined nameplate ratings, essentially the 14 kilowatts.
For the short circuit contribution screens, I'm not sure all the voltage fluctuation screens, but we need to talk about that a little bit further. I think we had a productive meeting amongst the utility and industry, and I think we probably need another meeting like that to reflect on this document, talk further about these processes. I don't think we're far away, Eric. I think we just need a little bit more time together and looking at this and how it comes together, to be clear.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Anyone from the utilities group? This is essentially the utilities proposal, 2A, modified by our discussion, and I think the main things that are different about it are in terms of the adding the 1741 CRD and these two other technical provisions, and putting it in very clear terms here, 1, 2, 3, based on the lesser of. But I think everything else is originally from what the text that the utilities provided. Any reactions or comments now on this from anyone in the utilities group?
This is Mike D'Antoni with SBS. I would defer to Matt Hagan if he's on.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find my words, I guess.
Yeah.
So I think it's not exactly what we proposed in ours. I'm trying to make sure that I'm reading this correctly. So as far as application to the program size, like the levels, like level 1, 2, 3 that I think we're talking about in proposals 1A through 1C. Our proposal was to use the item I or item 1 there for that, and then in the actual screening process, we use the ratings that can be simultaneously supplied. So item 2. So not really the lesser of, but just at least giving us some more visibility to those in item I, that we can screen them properly and in the screening process, I guess. So I guess that's excuse me, that's the only note that I have as far as the difference there. And I don't know if we're what our position is, if we're okay with this change to that. And Roberto, and it's dropped off. He was another significant player in that conversation too. So
yeah. Okay, good. So your point is that the first item, not necessarily the lesser of, but the first item applies to designation of which level which would go under the combination of on-site generation rated capacity and storage nameplate capacity. Without regard to how they'd be operated, would determine what level it was evaluated under. And then item 2 is in terms of the combined nameplate ratings supplied to the grid switches to inverters, would be how the screening would go. And point 3, in terms of total contribution is limited by programming or by some other mutually agreeable on-site limiting element, was essentially an adjunct to or a subpart of, in your proposal, the combined nameplate ratings. So you were saying that essentially, for purposes of screening, 2 and 3 combined nameplate ratings, such as 2 inverters. But if the contribution is limited by programming or some other mutually agreeable on-site limiting element, that it would be less than the combined nameplate ratings of the 2 inverters. So that was essentially the logic that I read from your proposal and recreated here in this way. And does that make sense to you? And maybe there's a better way to portray it, or is that it seems like that's the basic logic, is combined nameplate ratings, or if it's less than that, the contribution that's limited by programming or some other limiting element.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. Item 3 kind of reads to me more like a technical requirement. I mean, writing it into the rule or into the manual, like, is kind of like writing the standard into the manual. But I mean, it's pretty consistent across the industry. So so yeah, I guess I'm okay with how it reads.
Yeah, and yeah, and we'll give everyone, these next 2 weeks to consider this. But just to get some initial thoughts now. Anyone else before we go to the second inadvertent export page?
Yeah, Eric, this is Adam Harper with OE Solar again. I just wanted to put out there to the group and for the record, I know that last or the beginning of this week, there was discussion around capacity versus rating, and it had to do with the hosting capacity on this limited export. Is that if we're looking at the storage nameplate capacity, that could be significantly different than the transient energy that they're going to see on a consistent basis injected to the grid. And so what I mean by that, say that we have a 2 megawatt battery that has the capacity to store 2 megawatts, but an AC inverter of 500 kW that is only going to limit that export power to 500 kW. And if we're using the capacity of the battery, that would then be the 2 megawatts, not the transient measurement that is consistent coming out, which would be 500. So again, I don't want to conclude anything. I just want to put it out there that there is a significant difference between rating and capacity. So I just want to make that clear.
Okay, thank you. And we'll be able to take that into account, certainly. Okay, let's go on then to the second page, which is what I'm calling now Proposal 2G, inadvertent export. And there was the bulk of the discussion, I would say, on Monday was on this. And the summarized the utility position. Their position was that the control systems, if we rely on control systems to limit inadvertent export, that they may not perform as expected, and the magnitude and response time needs to be balanced to prevent power quality issues, and the utility needs flexibility if power quality issues arise. And the industry position was to trust the UL 1741 standard, the CRD, and to have no limit to the frequency of inadvertent export events. Maybe it could be several times a day even, or depending on the configuration or design of the system, might be relatively frequent, and that having monitoring equipment to ensure compliance is unreasonable. So this is again a hybrid of both the industry and utility proposals, and also from our discussion this past Monday. So the the magnitude of inadvertent export shall be less than the total DER facility nameplate rating, kilowatt gross. That came from the utilities proposal, and the industry group seemed to be okay with most of the parts of that proposal. And then where we really diverged was in terms of the duration of export of power for any single event, and as well as the frequency of events. We'll come back to that. It's at the bottom. So our discussion last time centered around utilities saying this was less than 2 seconds. This should be less than 2 seconds if technology allows, otherwise not to exceed 5 seconds. I think I put in the word otherwise, but that seems to make a coherent phrase. But I could be wrong in using that word otherwise in this manner. The industry said less than 10 seconds or lower if technology allows. And we talked a lot about what the industry can and can't do, and the experience that the California Energy and Solar Storage Alliance, CALSA, had seen in terms of test results of existing power control systems used for these purposes, where the testing results showed that systems could achieve less than 10 seconds, but not necessarily less than 2 seconds. And that's why CALSA proposed in California, and was ultimately adopted in California, a standard of less than 10 seconds. And I'll come back to that in a minute because I want to show everyone the actual California decision. And my suggestion for a compromise based on the California decision, which I'll come back to in a minute, is between 2 to 10 seconds as technology allows, and the utility should exercise its engineering judgment to determine whether the uncontrolled inadvertent export between 2 to 10 seconds would cause equipment overload or other negative system impacts. Meaning that an interconnector might propose to use a power control system that has a response time of 10 seconds and for inadvertent export, and the utility could then assess that and determine in that particular instance for that particular interconnection whether there would be any negative system impacts. The danger there is that the utilities might just automatically say, well, it has to be less than 10 seconds. It's our judgment that anything more than, it's our judgment that anything more than 2 seconds will cause negative impacts in this case without really assessing it. And so the standard would essentially revert to de facto 2 seconds. But there was a lot of discussion about this, and I think some confusion also about what existed elsewhere. Colorado has a 30-second standard, as we talked about last time, and the confusion about California standard, I wanted to clear that up. This is a document. This is from August, which was adopted in September. This was the first decision in California on its Rule 21 interconnection rule in several years, based on the work of working groups 2 and 3 that had taken place from 2018 through 2020. I'm sorry, 2019. And to point out, let me go down here to page 140 on inadvertent export. There are these issues A and B, and issue B asks how to treat non-generating capacity for behind the meter paired storage and solar and storage certified not to export. And the well, here, let me just read this. So this is coming from the California Utilities Commission. This was proposal issues A and B were related to both non-export and inadvertent export. We find that proposals AB1, which was on non-export limited export, and AB2, which was on inadvertent export, which are consensus proposals, both appropriately address these issues and define the specifications required for generating facility to be considered non-export, limited export, and inadvertent export. These new specifications address concerns regarding the high cost of the current relay options by providing the option of the less costly power control system in compliance with UL-CRD, as described above. Furthermore, the inclusion of the UL-CRD compliance as a specification option also addresses the concern regarding the lack of standards for the control of power output for non-export or limited export for inverters and power control systems, while eliminating the need for controversial nameplate plus nameplate maximum nameplate rating. Using the UL-CRD will give assurance to the utility that a system will always operate within set parameters, including an appropriate response time. The adopted specifications also address utility concerns that generating facilities use only certified inverters. And let me then read the actual proposal for inadvertent export. Now, where is that? It's on page 170. I'm sorry. This is the section. This is the section which is findings of fact. So the finding of fact was inclusion of ULCRD compliance as a specification option addresses the concern regarding the lack of standards for the control of power output for non-export or limited export for inverters and power control systems, and eliminates the need for controversial nameplate plus nameplate maximum nameplate rating. So this was using the ULCRD will give assurance to utilities that a system will always operate within the set parameters, including appropriate response time. The specifications and proposals AB1, AB2 address the utilities' concerns that generating facilities use only certified inverters, and proposals AB1 and AB2 appropriately resolve the issues A and B. So let me actually read now what the proposal is for inadvertent export, just to underline that it does say 10 seconds. When we go back to that, okay. Yeah, proposal AB2. Proposal AB2 would require that to be treated as inadvertent export, a generating facility must meet all 6 of the following specifications. You use a power control system that passed testing in conformance with ULCRD. Use a power control system with an open loop response time of no more than 10 seconds as provided in the control system specification data sheets. Use only 1741 and or 1741 SA listed grid supporting non-islanding inverters. Use a power control system set to 0 export or some non-zero controlled maximum export value. And then maintain voltage fluctuations to the limit specified in the rule, and have a nameplate capacity less than 1,000 kVA. So that's what actually got adopted in California, for the reasons stated. Again, the discussion was that existing systems as tested can certainly meet the 10-second standard, but many of them did not appear to meet the 2-second standard in terms of inadvertent export, even though 2-second standard applies to limited or non-export. So anyway, I thought it would be helpful for us to just get clarity on exactly what California said, and then coming back to this. So that's where this compromise between 2 to 10 seconds as technology allows, and oh, and because there was also a statement in here, and I do want to come back to that too, here in terms of something that CALSA said. Yeah, this is the discussion here. In the Working Group 3 report, CALSA states that with the introduction of the ULCRD, the review process could be revised to be more pragmatic. CALSA highlights that in the future, engineers may be able to develop tools to incorporate new customer capabilities, and the industry may improve the ability to limit response time and frequency. However, for now, CALSA contends that the proposal would allow utilities to exercise their engineering judgment to determine whether the uncontrolled inadvertent export between 2 to 10 seconds would cause equipment overload or other negative system impacts. CALSA asserts this proposal would implement an interim solution that recognizes that studying projects at full nameplate capacity may not be appropriate in all cases, and allow utilities to use information about the expected performance as well as knowledge of local grid conditions to make that assessment. So, and I took that phrase here, this would allow utilities to exercise their engineering judgment between 2 to 10 seconds. And so I took that and I put that into the possible compromise between the utility saying less than 2 seconds if technology allows, otherwise not to exceed 5 seconds, and the industry point of less than 10 seconds or lower if technology allows, or maybe lower as technology allows, I don't know. And then this compromise between 2 to 10 seconds as technology allows, and the utility should exercise its engineering judgment, et cetera. So I don't know if this is helpful, or whether I mean, in the worst case, we would be submitting 2 non-consensus proposals, one for 2 seconds and one for 10 seconds. But then how is the commission going to actually make a determination based on that? So I think it behooves us to try to get somewhere where we can submit something that's consensus. And I don't know if this is the right way to do it or not, but it's one possible way. So let's see if, again, people can review this over the next 2 weeks, but based on our discussion on Monday, those who were there, Does this make some sense? I'd like to hear from both the industry and the utility groups.
Eric, this is Roberto. I like your compromise. That's good language.
Okay, thank you, Roberto. Others?
Thanks, Eric, for going through that California PUC verbiage there or statements there. So that helps put things into perspective for me. So I gather that advantage to having a inadvertent export application, I'll call it, is that you, I guess, get more flexibility in the California Rule 21 with the amount that you are permitted to inadvertently export. And if you apply as a non-export system, you have more stringent requirements, but you get a smaller program size because you don't have to do the maximum combined nameplate ratings. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Which currently in Colorado, I believe, and Minnesota, I think we just assume the same for both non-export and inadvertent export.
Mm.
Like we don't assume that they have that much control over the duration of inadvertent exports. I don't know. I mean, I'm okay with what you have written here. I guess I like the way it reads, but I guess I have to think more about it over the next 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll come back in a second. I have below, again, compromised, potential compromise text in terms of the frequency of events, and also, how you find that frequency acceptable or not. But just in terms of, the duration itself of the open loop response time to an inadvertent export. So it seems like, at least in California, what they determined was, okay, a power control system, just in the normal course of operation, let's say it has some limited export value for the ongoing, operating capacity, that limited export value, that the control system can easily keep to that limited export value within 2 seconds. But in terms of inadvertent export, that's not the case for the control systems that have been tested. So that's why there's a different standard for inadvertent export versus the limited export case. But again, for the technical details of that, I don't know.
Eric, this is Tayoko. I think if we added a sentence to this compromise to say that current technology is 10 seconds or less, that would help at least establish the current state rather than leave that vague here. So that's my proposal.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Actually, let me
Hi, Eric. This is Sarah. While you're doing that, so thank you for that suggestion, Tayoko, and thank you so much for walking us through the California decision. I think that this is a really good suggestion. I would love to just check in with the more technical folks to make sure that they're okay with it. So we'd like to spend some time to review it over the next 2 weeks. But I think that this is a good compromise, and really appreciate you putting it forth to us.
Okay, others?
Yeah, Eric, this is Adam with OE Solar. I would just like to echo essentially what Sarah had mentioned. I think at face value, it looks pretty good, but I would like to dig into this more, just to kind of touch base with one of your concerns that it just doesn't turn into a de facto 2-second threshold. So, but at high level, it looks pretty good.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd just like to, this is Roberto, I mean, mention to the entire group here that inadvertent export should be, I mean, should not happen or should not take place. I mean, that is something that the necessity of technology has gotten, I mean, made the utilities to put this into place, but the inadvertent export, if it can be avoided, it shall be avoided.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's come back to that now. Then let me continue down the page. Because we spent a lot of time in terms of the 2 seconds versus 10 seconds versus 30 seconds on our Monday call. But if people will review and be comfortable with this compromise text or some version of it, and also may want to refer back to the California, the specific what was the California decision, which I've shown here, and it was posted in an earlier meeting some months ago, I think, but I can repost it for the I don't think I posted it in the OneDrive for today, but maybe I'll do that, and we can also send out some of the page numbers that I was just referring to, so people can find these things easily. It took me a while, but I knew what I was looking for too, so that helps. The rest of this next paragraph, any amount of export real power across the point of interconnection lasting longer than this time duration, whatever that is, we said between 2 and 10 seconds, lasting longer than this time duration for any single event shall result in a cease to energize of the customer's energy sources within 2 seconds of exceeding the duration limit. And then there's additional discussion of that, including reference to the UL-CRD and utilizing only UL certified grid support inverters. So this paragraph is directly taken from the utility proposal from 2 weeks ago. I did not do anything to it except change this time duration, which they originally had as 2 seconds there, but this time duration, whether it's between 2 and 10 seconds, if we adopt that. And the fact that they do include the standards, the UL CRD and UL 1741 and SA for their inadvertent export proposal, leads me to hope that they will be okay also with including those standards in the non-export limited export proposal that we just reviewed, which is why I added them in. Because I think they should be in both, and that point also came up in our meeting on Monday, that those standards, if they're in one, should be in both proposals, for the proposal for inadvertent export and the proposal for non-export. I just had a fan come on here. Am I still intelligible even with this fan? It'll go off soon, but I just want to make sure people can still hear me over that fan.
You're good, Eric.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, some fans I have control over, and some fans I don't, and that one I don't.
Inadvertent export.
Exactly. Noise export. So then where we also had a fairly extensive discussion on Monday was in terms of the limit on frequency of events, of inadvertent export events. And originally in our discussion, we said, the industry group said that there should be no limit on that. And we did cite both California and Colorado. I don't know exactly what Colorado says, but California actually does say something about that. And I've put that into my compromise text here at the very bottom. But that was where our discussion on Monday went. And the utilities were saying that the cumulative amount of inadvertent export energy supplied from the customer and delivered to the company in any billing month shall be less than the on-site combined nameplate retail power source ratings kilowatt gross multiplied by 1 hour. So essentially 1 hour's worth of maximum production over the course of the entire month, which is there are what, something like 720 hours in a month. So this would be 1 out of those 720 hours essentially, or 1/720th of the time inadvertent export would be allowed. And that this is what was in the utilities proposal from 2 weeks ago that they provided the working group. And then in rereading the California text, I saw that this phrase was there. So I thought, well, maybe this could be a compromise for us, because the California decision does include the following text, and this is what's here at the bottom in black in the compromise. During supplemental review, the applicant would be required to identify within 15 days the frequency of inadvertent export, the real power level in watts of inadvertent export, and the time duration of inadvertent export. If distribution upgrades are identified, then screen P would recognize power control parameters taking into account local feeder conditions. And only the largest facility in the line section would be used for aggregate evaluation for subsequent interconnection requests. Now those last 2 points I'm not so clear on myself, but that essentially what this is saying is that in California, they do say, the decision does say that the applicant does have to provide that information about, what the frequency of inadvertent export would be, what the power levels would be, and time durations would be, presuming based on the specifications and testing of the equipment that they proposed to use, and that would be taken into account in supplemental review. So that it's not that there is no limit, but it would be something required to be specified. And we wouldn't necessarily then have to have this 1 hour per month requirement that the utilities are proposing either, which seemed very stringent to the industry groups. And again, the comment just made, I guess it was Roberto, these are events that are not supposed to happen very frequently. But, in the case of non-export relays, I guess, that was always considered to be sort of an emergency type of or abnormal condition, right? But in the case of these inverters and power control systems, these are not abnormal conditions. These are just, situations that the power control system will have to face from time to time, in which it won't be able to respond, within a shorter period of time. So again, thoughts now from anyone, either from both the industry and the utility groups, in terms of this issue, and in terms of perhaps some compromise that might be based on the California text I've shown here.
This is Matt Hagan from Excel. So I guess I'm a little confused how the applicant would be able to provide that information in the supplemental review, because theoretically they haven't installed or interconnected yet. So how would that just be an educated guess, a calculation that they would provide? And theoretically, I guess, if there were power quality issues at some point, we could investigate and find that the frequency or duration or magnitude was higher than what they indicated.
Yeah, very good point. And I don't believe that that those details are specified in the California decision either. This is really all it says. But we could try to find out whether there's more beyond the actual decision document related to that. But my presumption might be that it would be based on testing results provided by the manufacturer of the power control system that the applicant was proposing to use, that those would be based on testing similar systems and documenting those test results. But again, I don't know. And maybe somebody else here does.
That makes sense. And I like the direction that you're going with the compromise. I guess the concern that I think we have as the utility is like if there are power quality issues down the line and we identify the source as a energy storage system or a non-export system or inadvertent export system that is excessively exporting or has excessive inadvertent exports rather, that they can point to the rule that says no limit on frequency of events and say, well, I don't have to do anything to fix this because the rule says I don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
So that I think, go ahead, Roberto.
Go ahead, Matt.
I was just going to say, I think that's the concern, that main concern that we have on the utility side. We want some flexibility to cover us in those situations.
And I was just going to mention that you hit it right on the money. This is not for the pre-application or the application process on the initial review. This clause was established, I mean, it started in California where, I mean, it was more for power quality investigation purposes where things were causing a problem and you want to really have a clause in there where you say you're going to have to limit this because you're excessively exporting, and I mean there's nothing else in this or other requirements that will actually allow the utility to say we're going to disconnect you aside from the power quality issue. But that's more that gave the utilities a lot more of leverage to really tell the customer you must curtail. But that's only after the fact. That's only if you start seeing power quality issues when somebody calls, either the neighbor or somebody you need to investigate. You set a power quality meter, and then you start metering and checking out, I mean, the occurrences and how often they're causing problems either on themselves or sometimes on their neighbors, which don't know the cost. I mean, either one, utilities get the call for that.
And that would be the case perhaps either if the system did not operate as was originally identified by the applicant based on whatever the test results, this system is somehow different from the test results provided by the manufacturer, or the analysis done in the supplemental review had some problem with it. So the actual real world situation becomes different. And you have to adjust for that. If you recognize there are power quality issues, you have to come back to the customer, the applicant, the interconnection customer, and say, you need to change the following settings because we're having power quality issues, and whether the rule will allow you to do that or not.
That's correct. And I've had only a couple of times where nothing was changed, but the equipment started malfunctioning here and there. And it performed well for most things, but it was causing glitches and they were continuous. So that's also a rare occurrence, but it does happen.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone from the industry group want to respond to that, or just your overall, or any thoughts on this on this compromise?
Eric, if I can just make one mention, this is Andrea with PNM. I don't know if it's mentioned anywhere within the document or any of the other utilities in terms of inadvertent export. I agree with the compromise. I don't think we would have any issues with that, but I think it does need to be noted that this is an outlier to our downtown network systems. Our downtown network systems can't handle any type of inadvertent or export. So I don't know if we need to make mention of that somewhere.
Sarah, this is another one. Happy to review over the next 2 weeks and have discussion with the group and report back. From my non-technical eye, I don't know. I think that the compromise seems like a step in the right direction, but I'd love to confer with our technical experts and report back.
Okay, thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Andrea. Andrea, you were saying that you said your downtown systems can't handle inadvertent export at all. Is that what you said?
Yes, we have equipment, some network protectors that do not allow for any backfeed into the network system.
Okay. And then perhaps if you want to suggest some, because that needs to be in here somehow, it seems like maybe you need to suggest some language to be added to this related to that.
Okay, we can come up with some language.
If you could do that in the next 2 weeks.
We will do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Stephen, Tayoko, anyone from the industry, in terms of, have you seen anything in terms of how to handle the situation if power quality issue arise after interconnection? Or in terms of limits on the frequency of events, maybe you need to really, confer and think this through a bit, which is fine. I don't want to put anybody on the spot right now, but I see you both are. So go ahead, Stephen, and then Tayoko.
Yeah, I guess on frequency events, I think it can be challenging because, and I think scale matters here, right? If we're talking about a 500 kW exporting facility, are we talking about two different residential systems? One customer has window air conditioners throughout the house. The other customer has central AC. That central AC customer is just going to have a whole lot less inadvertent export due to their less peaky, on and off nature of how their appliances are operating. I think the concern should be on the utilities on the larger scale systems, and I think this language focusing on projects within supplemental review is probably reasonable, and that's where to catch these systems. I think applicants may have a hard time estimating inadvertent exports, or maybe how do you report that? Like, what is the utility looking for? Because that I'm not sure I've seen that. And it's definitely not written like that in any other rules. So maybe there's a utility default standard that this is how we will be assessing the inadvertent export response of your facility within the supplemental review, unless you provide additional information to the contrary, why we should be using another standard. But I'm looking forward to talking with the industry group about this document so we can all think on it a little bit more and do a better job at providing feedback than we all did this past week.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. And yeah, I guess also for the industry to consider the question, does this text here, this compromise text, consider it in relative to applications that might get bogged down or be rejected or take a long time. If during supplemental review the applicant is not able to provide that information, then yes, the utility will have to make its own judgments about or determination of what the frequency and levels would be of inadvertent export, and might either take a long time to do that, bog down in that, or reject the application on the basis that it's not known or not sufficient, not sufficiently infrequent, or of short, small enough level, low enough level. But again, this is text that is in the California decision, and I think it may be text that was added during the review after the working group finished, because I don't recall this being put in by the working group. But during the process by which the commission asked for comments on the working group's proposals from its final report, that this was added in that process of final comment on the proposals before the decision was adopted. And we could find out more about this, I guess, if necessary. Maybe somebody from the industry group could also look into it a bit more, or just consider it. But okay, well, let's. I'm sorry, and then Tayoko, you have your hand up too.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I like the context for this, and maybe Brad Heidner at CalSys could help us. Also, probably check with John Berdner, who met with utility group on 1547 last week, seems to have a lot of background information on requests like this. It might have been put in and help us with understanding that. So we need to gather information.
Yeah, okay, good. All right, thank you. All right, well, let's go on. So I think, definitely our action item will be for everyone to review these 2 pages, proposals 2G and 2F, in terms of both resolving the utility industry potential conflict here on kilowatt AC versus DC. Maybe to clarify again, in terms of these points, what applies to the level 1, 2, 3 determination versus what applies to the screening process itself. If this seems like a reasonable convergence of what the industry and the utilities have been proposing and discussing, and then the issues we've just gone through here in terms of inadvertent export, these compromise texts based on California. Okay, so let's go on now to the 3rd action item, which was for everyone to outline or propose a process that could be specified during this working group. We want to specify the process now that could eventually get to an endpoint in terms of hosting capacity. And we have these proposals 1D, 1E, and 1F, and 1G on hosting capacity, which we could also submit as they are. But if those are actually proposing how to develop hosting capacity as opposed to just a process to figure that out. But we do have this one submission from Kevin Cray yesterday, this document here, hosting capacity resources roadmap. So I'm gonna present this a little bit and then see if there are any initial comments right now on it, and otherwise, again, ask people to consider it over these next 2 weeks, but also to amend it or to provide your own version, since this was the only one that we have to go on in terms of a roadmap for a further process, future process. And if we don't have any other proposals submitted, then we would presumably be putting this into the final report as amended and commented upon by everyone in terms of their positions on it, in terms of their amendments to it, and so on. But let's go through this. But I think we ought to take a 5-minute break right now, just very quick, 4 or 5 minutes. Let's come back at 1:08. And in the meantime, you can pull this off of the OneDrive if you want and have a look through it. And I'll just give a brief overview of it, since Kevin is not here to do that himself today. Okay, so just quick 4 or 5 minutes, everyone. All right, let's get started again. I just put in the chat. I've posted the California interconnection rule update from last September to the OneDrive for today, and also just identified the page numbers that I was showing earlier in my remarks in the chat. So people want to jot those down, or Margie, you can put those into the notes for today, so people can find what it was that I was reading. Okay, so then hosting capacity resources roadmap. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through this. People can have a chance to read it and think about it, and perhaps create their own or add to it, as I said. Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, quick question.
Yeah.
Sorry, I muted myself again. Sorry, I want to make sure I'm not conflating terms before we get into this. So are we talking about hosting capacity analysis, like in the form of a map, a public map, or are we talking about limits to DER interconnection? So like a maximum amount that we would install on a feeder?
I think it would be both. The definitions that the industry group originally proposed in their proposal, May 19th, included both in terms of available or remaining hosting capacity, which would be the amount available still for interconnection, versus total hosting capacity. And we've also talked about just like basic data, like minimum daily load for specific subset of circuits, perhaps that community solar might be particularly interested in, considering applying for interconnection, getting basic data, like even just minimum daily load on those feeders, so that they could then target their applications and save on wasted applications and analysis time and so on. So even that sort of basic information, and yes, in either a graphical map form or in some other type of database form, leading to ultimately down the road some type of ICA analysis potentially. But we've talked about that in the context of potentially other proceedings or processes in New Mexico to come in the future. But what we talked about 2 weeks ago was that this working group could, at the least, or as perhaps our contribution, develop a process for coming up with a roadmap, and whether that process would be part of phase 2 in interconnection or not, still to be determined. Arthur, do you want to, anything else you want to add about that?
No, I don't think so. These are not easy things to do, but that's what we have to do.
Yeah. Okay, Matt.
Yeah. So I'm a little concerned that those two things will conflict with each other a little bit. I mean, you have to go into the details of the methodology of a hosting capacity analysis and what the maps actually show to understand where I'm coming from, I guess. So I don't want to take up too much time on it, but also question, I don't want to confuse the terms process and roadmap either. So when you say process, are we talking about the methodology for calculating hosting capacity, or are we talking about a roadmap like Kevin Cray is saying here of when utilities will start implementing these like hosting capacity maps or limits?
I would interpret the word process to be the process that the PRC goes through in developing and calling for and requiring ultimately hosting capacity analyses and mappings, that this is really a roadmap for the PRC
Okay, so
in
not a process of how the utilities execute it then. Okay.
No.
I got you.
That would be a detail. That would be, at some point in the roadmap, at some point in the PRC's process over these next years, it would then have to discuss and determine what that analytical, process would look like.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe I don't know, maybe we should not use the word process then if it has a couple of different meanings, or could have a couple of different meanings. Maybe we stick with roadmap. We'll see, maybe somebody else comes up with something better. So let's just see what Kevin has said here. So his justification: hosting capacity resources will help save significant amount of time and resources for both utilities and interconnecting customers by limiting pre-application as well as formal study requests in areas that are not advantageous for development. So the more we know about that, the more targeted things can be and the less waste there is. Hosting capacity resources means presumably that identifying where there is available hosting capacity. As more potential interconnecting customers look to enter the market in advance of future program openings, the volume of these requests will only increase, using more resources from the utilities and creating more inefficiencies. Creating these hosting capacity resources information sooner rather than later will minimize negative impacts, make the process as a whole run more smoothly. Even basic hosting capacity resources information will help guide development toward areas where new generation and storage could enhance the grid and promote reliability, voltage support, reactive power, other benefits. So he's using the word resources here in a way which I might say is really hosting capacity, information. Again, where is there available hosting capacity? How much is it? How much hosting capacity is available? Roadmap, step number 1, basic service territory map and posting of a public queue. And there's some details here, update at least monthly. Step 2, very static map that's created, updated for a specific round of capacity allocation. So identifies applicable service territory as well as general substation locations. High level view of their available hosting capacity, a very static map. Specific round of capacity allocation. Maybe there'd be a round related to community solar or co-ops. Step 3, minimum daytime load studies. Need to be accompanied with at least basic maps or locations of substations, but inclusion of more facilities. Could be easily updated on a regular basis as loads change. Step 4, static hosting capacity map. Basic shading based on a set megawatt threshold. And then step 5, dynamic host capacity map. So interactive map with click-through ability to get more information. So those are sort of the steps or stages perhaps of a roadmap in terms of what could get done first. Basic service territory map, very static map, maybe for a specific round of allocation. Minimum daytime load, then static hosting, then dynamic hosting capacity maps. So that's kind of what the outcome of the various stages of a roadmap would be, but not necessarily the process the PRC goes through in creating these things, in how they get created. But anyway, it seems like it's some basic guide. I haven't thought about it very much myself. And then some other considerations here: timing of moving from step to step, frequency of refresh, ability to download source data for integrating into GIS systems or having access through APIs, accuracy of data, and process for refining the information over time. Can the industry help utilities focus their efforts on the geographic areas likely best suited for development of community solar? So might identify specific feeders or regions of the grid that really should be focused on first. And then what considerations or accommodations should be made for co-ops and also related to those opting into community solar. So that's a sort of a rough outline. And the proposals that we got on this hosting capacity issue, just go back to my original summary here. Proposals 1D, 1E, 1F hosting capacity. We could include these in the final report as sort of possible endpoints or possible milestones to reach in this roadmap. This is what it might look like. Since the industry group did submit these proposals, we could still use them in our final report in some manner. I don't know what the industry group might say about that now, considering our discussion 2 weeks ago in which we said that we would not actually be proposing the ways in which hosting capacity would be calculated or provided, but rather we just wanted to outline this process or this roadmap for these coming years for the PRC, what they should do. So whether these are really still relevant or not, I'm not sure, but maybe the industry group could also comment on that. So any initial comments from anyone on what Kevin has put forward here?
This is Matt again. So I read Kevin's roadmap proposal is for the map and analysis, less for the limits in this particular document. And I think it's okay as a long-term roadmap. I think it needs more detail in the short term on like what tools do the utilities have available now. What's the timeline for implementing those different stages, and what are the costs going to be? Like how much is this going to cost the utilities, and how is that recovered? I mean, is that another discussion that we need to have about cost allocation? Do we have a similar way of allocating that cost to DER interconnections, or do we socialize that across all customers, even the ones that aren't using it? So I think there's more basic questions that we need answered, and I think we need to talk more about the methodology too. Like there might be some misunderstanding of what the maps are actually displaying. That it could be misleading for a developer. So I think it would be helpful to have some workshops in the roadmap to have these discussions of what tools do we have available now, what can be provided now, what are the highest value items for developers for what they are looking for. Do they care about seeing reverse power flow? Do they care more about seeing closed circuits that are having thermal issues or things like that? I think you go dive right into a complex map, you kind of dilute the value of the hosting capacity analysis a little bit. So I want to make sure that we're being efficient with the analysis, and we're providing the best tools for the developers that they can actually use and use effectively.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. And are you suggesting, like, if we were to include like a series of workshops or one workshop, or the need for workshops to launch this or to undertake this, you think that given the expertise in this working group right now, we could essentially write down what you just said in terms of, okay, here are some of the pertinent questions that these workshops would need to address. Here are some of the questions that we think that this roadmap process needs to address. And this working group, has, given these viewpoints, on what these issues are. Can we be productive, in a short amount of time right now with the people here, before we're finished in September, with making a list of those kinds of questions, or would you be more satisfied just to say, well, we're here's the things we need to do, but not actually getting into the issues at all?
I think we can come up with those questions like you said, and maybe set up a plan to have those workshops. I think it would take too much time to actually go through the questions in this working group. But I think that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, this is Arthur.
Go ahead, Arthur.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask is, when we say workshop, is it like just a smaller version of this, where we try and work out details, or are you thinking about presentations, slideshows and experts and things like that? Because they're two different critters in my mind.
Right. In Colorado and in Minnesota, we've kind of had presentations and then discussions after presentations, and I think they happen like quarterly, or they used to happen quarterly as we were building our hosting capacity maps in Colorado and Minnesota, and the discussions kind of evolved in each workshop, but it took several years to vet those processes and get the feedback that we needed.
Yeah, no, I mean, no doubt that this is a time-consuming effort, and we're raising the issues here and seeing how far we can get along in defining it. And as I said very early in today's session, is that the commission is going to need resources in order to pursue these things in phase 2. So we've got to figure out how to do that.
And Art, I was just going to make the comment, and Eric, that one thing that, capacity hosting was created, for utilities, or it's created for utilities that have a lot of flow, a lot of requests. Speaking for El Paso, we hardly have any of these requests, and we hardly have large interconnection. So I think it's important also to identify when this capacity hosting may be necessary and may be triggered, because for us, the ones we have, our current system is a lot more cost effective and for the very few that we get. So this should not be everybody should be doing it just because you like to see it, but more we need to identify when will this be necessary, and when set the triggers so that each utility will, once it gets there, it will have to start implementing this.
Yeah, well, we're looking at the possibility of adding 40 community solar projects, and however they're allocated among the utility, among the 3 major utilities, it's going to put a strain on everybody. So I think that this is the thing that we need to resolve in order to make that successful. So I'm going to say that it may be limited in your utility territory, but still, when you're facing several, and there will be several 5-megawatt projects coming onto your system, there's going to be an impact that we need to understand. And this is one way of doing it. It's not, I'm not recommending it one way or another. I'm just saying that this is the thing that we have to figure out how to do.
I understand. And the current method for when it's very few, for us, we'll be having only 4 facilities. But
it depends on how we cut it. I've got, you could have as many as 7.
That still needs to be defined, but we're estimating that it'll be few.
Yeah.
And once those few are allocated, do we want, because this hosting capacity is for perpetuity, so it's not like once you have it in place, continue. So that's why I think it's very important for everybody to identify what will trigger it and how it needs to be triggered and when. So that because the current system we have more than capable of handling the applications and the studies and the pre-applications for what we foresee in the future. That's the only point I was trying to make. So I think it's important to have initial triggers, and they need to be properly identified, because Sooner or later, this may be a necessity for everybody, but let's just, like Matt said, let's think we're having a plan in mind and not just like a apply all, one size fits all approach.
Sure. No, and we agree with that. And we know this is going to take a while, but we've got the right people in the room to start thinking about this, right? And you know, it's going to take a while. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Roberto. Dylan, go ahead.
I was just going to say that the original legislature was asking for 300 megawatts as opposed to 200 megawatts. And the intent, I believe, was to do community solar over the next 3 years, see how it goes, and then expand the program down the line. So just because we get through this first wave doesn't mean the community solar as a concept will be dead and nobody will have to deal with it ever again. So just something else to keep in mind, that this could help for longer term than just April.
All right, thanks, Dylan. Anyone else on this, on Kevin's initial proposal for us for the roadmap? We heard from SPS and El Paso. Andrea, anyone from PNM in terms of this hosting capacity issue? I think maybe over the next 2 weeks, definitely if you could have some of the folks there to think about it and give us either proposals or comments. But I don't know if there's anyone now, any initial thoughts on the issue in general, or where Kevin is pointing us.
This is Andrea with PNM. I mean, I know we've been looking and talking about hosting capacity maps, looking at the capabilities of the Drive software to try and help us get there. I think the issue becomes a resource limitation in order to keep those models updated as much as I think they would need to be in order to be valuable to a customer or to a contractor to go in there. If we can't update them regularly and they're inaccurate, by the time they submit an application, we don't want that model to be way outdated. So that would be probably our biggest concern right now would be the update.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And to give a little bit of perspective, I guess, in Colorado, I think it takes us roughly 1,600 hours to do our hosting capacity analysis.
Yeah. Actually, in response.
Right, we update it. Well, in our DSP, we have to update it more frequently now, so we have to put more resources into it, I guess. But yeah, that was an annual update that we were doing it.
For what state was that, Matt?
Colorado.
1,600 person hours per year is what you said?
Correct.
Yeah.
Or per update.
Per update, yeah.
How often are you updating right now, Matt?
Our DSP distribution system plan order, well, I think it's not final, but I think we're going to start doing it quarterly. And we were doing it at the start, we were doing it every 2 years. Then we went to every 1 year, and now we're doing it quarterly. We're going to have to start doing it quarterly.
Thank you.
Just as a point of interest, although not bearing on this directly, but I had occasion some years ago to have some interactions over an extended period with a distribution utility in the northwest of Germany that had, I think, upwards of 3 or 4 gigawatts of solar and wind resources on their distribution grid, which was even more than the total load. But they actually had modeled their entire system to the point where you could call them on the phone and get a real-time response to an interconnection request in terms of in terms of hosting capacity and whether an upgrade would be required, et cetera, that they had modeled it to that extent because they had such huge numbers of interconnections and flows and issues to deal with that way. But that was sort of a, let's say world best, approach to this, given what they were facing. But I think there, it's a good point in terms of how many interconnection requests there are and in what regions and so on. As to
where was that, Eric?
This was a distribution utility in the northwest of Germany.
Oh, okay.
There was one other point I was going to make, but I can't remember now. So let's close this out unless there are other comments on this for right now. Okay. Oh, I know what the point I was going to make. Matt, you had originally said that that it seemed to you that Kevin's proposal here was focused on not on limitation, but rather on total hosting capacity. And I'm not sure I would make that interpretation. Reading it through.
Sorry, focused on the map, the analysis part.
Oh, okay. Because I interpret hosting capacity resource to mean both. Yeah, I mean the total existing, or the limit on hosting capacity. But perhaps even just defining some of those terms as we had said in the definitions discussion earlier today could be helpful in terms of being clear what we're actually saying in the final report about this. Okay. Well, I think that's pretty much it, Art. I'm going back now to these 4 action items. So for action item 4, we did that, and now we have these 2 proposals, 2F and 2G, for everyone to consider that we went through today between now and the next meeting. So again, our deadline will be noon on the Wednesday prior to the meeting. That will be July 28th, noon. So we can compile those, think about those, post those, have people be able to see them in advance if they want to, but for us to be able to work with them a bit. And then as far as action item number 3 goes, we have Kevin's proposal, so we can invite comments on that. But I think in general, we should still invite everyone to consider action item number 3 if we have a outline or proposal that's different from Kevin, or if you want to create your own from scratch, let's still invite that by the next in 2 weeks. So I would say action item number 3 is still open, and then action items number 1 and 2 we really haven't done anything with yet. So I really want to call upon both the utility group and the industry group in terms of proposals 1A, 1B, 1C. We need to make good progress on those next time to really get to a point where we can start to get convergence and get to a final report text that will either be labeled consensus or non-consensus in various aspects. So please consider action items number 1 and 2 for these next 2 weeks to be urgent. And even though I didn't receive any written comments on 1 or 2 yesterday, is there anyone on the call today who has verbal comments about 1 or 2? Maybe you were intending to make just verbal comments and didn't understand that they needed to be in writing, and maybe so I'm overlooking that. Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry for not writing them. I ran out of time. I just threw something together yesterday and talked it over internally with the SPS team this morning. But looking at proposal 1A, that's going over the screening levels. I focused on level 1, I guess, the 0 to 25. And I know we talked about this not last time, but the session before that, I think 4 weeks ago. I got some more information on like the 10 kilowatt limit from our utility perspective. So that's 10 kilowatts is a pretty common or a reasonable assumption of residential dwelling size demand. So that's why we settled on that number before, because that is how we're designing our system. From like a thermal ampacity rating perspective, also a voltage drop impedance perspective. So when you're selecting conductor size, you have to take those things into account. You also have to take into account voltage drop in impedance. So when you throw a 25 kilowatt solar, rooftop solar onto that, there's more likely to be voltage issues because we aren't designing our residential systems to 25 kilowatts. We're designing it to 10. So, and not that like most residential applications won't be that high, like those 25 kV applications will most likely be commercial properties, like 3-phase commercial properties, or single phase rural properties, residential properties. So the commercial properties, they usually have a higher load, so we're not very concerned about that. But the rural applications, like they're farther away from the substation, so, and generally smaller system sizes. So we're more concerned about those. So I guess I had the proposal, I guess, to kind of, I mean, I'm not speaking for all the utilities. I only just threw this together yesterday, but to try to get closer to alignment, I guess, maybe I would propose maybe using 0 to 10 kilowatts for single phase electric service and 0 to 25 kilowatts for 3-phase electric service. I mean, that kind of complicates it a little bit. I like to keep the process simple. It makes it more streamlined that way, but I think that kind of gives us closer to alignment, consensus that way, I guess. I think that's how Massachusetts ended up doing it. I looked that up last night, how they set their simplified criteria.
Okay, so that's like a level 1A and 1B?
Essentially.
Yeah, okay. And then just, I'm not an engineer, but you know, we're kind of basing all this on existing technologies. So I do want everybody to take into account how much better it would be to have the advanced inverter functions, to have power control technologies attached. You know, does that make a difference or does that not make a difference? Because that's where we're going in terms of our other recommendations, is to try and smooth those things out. And it's not just for storage, but it could be for larger PV systems. Just to keep that in mind, that there may be a technological fix that resolves your concerns.
Okay, we have Tayoko. Just to follow up, Matt. So you're saying based on single phase or 3-phase, but not related to distance from substation.
For level 1, correct.
Yeah, you wouldn't put something in terms of distance from substation into the level 1 criteria.
I would not.
Yeah. Okay. Tayoko, go ahead.
The reason that we selected 25 kilowatts is that if you're using nameplate rating for this evaluation of levels versus export rating, you would quickly get into over 10 kilowatts with a battery system. So right now, that is how it's being interpreted, that battery systems are adding or additional AC unless they're DC coupled. Most of the battery storage systems are AC coupled. And so they, you're going to constantly be in this over 10 kilowatts. So the question is there some degree of compromise or adjustments to what we consider export and non-export when we look at these levels. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And we had talked before when we had this discussion. We had this discussion at length. I think 4 weeks ago, actually. And nobody at that time seemed to have much trouble with 25 kilowatts. But we did recognize, I think 20 kilowatts was the number specified by the IREC model, 0 to 20, and we also talked about 15. And you're pointing out, Teoko, with storage, maybe the 7 kilowatts in terms of net metering and another 7 kilowatts of storage, maybe 15 would accommodate the solar plus storage case. Or maybe we do go to 20, but Matt seemed to have, to make a case for 10 still in terms of single phase, which I guess you'd still have, you still have a single phase service for solar and storage, right?
Yeah, I guess Teoko does make a good point for those applications. I wouldn't be opposed to saying for how Art described level 1B, either 25 kilowatts for either 3-phase or single phase solar plus storage apps.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that. Anyone else in terms of verbal comments on these two on action items 1 and 2? Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add as well to my previous comment about rating versus capacity and lowering level 1 to 10 kW, because how the utilities have mentioned they will calculate total capacity. That's why we were at 25 kW, because of how the utilities were going to calculate complete aggregate. So just for the record, I agree with Teoko.
Okay, thank you. And if these types of comments could be expanded upon or just noted down in your comments, in your responses. Action item 1 on proposal 1A was directed at the utilities, but I think this discussion, if we get comments from anyone else as well, that will be helpful in more quickly getting somewhere next time. And just also to note that proposal 1B includes this flow chart, Rev 2 dated 6/30 flow chart, which was posted in the OneDrive for the meeting 2 weeks ago, July 1st meeting. But I didn't repost it for today. I'll do that too. But that's the flow chart it refers to. Teoko, is your hand up newly?
No, I'll put it down. Thanks.
Okay. So anyone else right now? I guess we're just at our two-hour limit. And Arthur, I guess I'll whenever I say, well, we probably won't use as much time as we have, then I'm probably going to be wrong in general in life. But we have used the 2 hours, so we should stop. But unless Matt, you have your hand up, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say that I started my own flow chart. Again, I just ran out of time, wasn't able to vet it with the other utilities or submit it. So I have my own Visio flow chart. It's just very basic at the moment.
Yeah, well, that's good, and thank you. And if you could develop that further and submit it next time, but by the 28th, I think because we're going to want to come up with a flow chart, and it's either going to be labeled consensus or non-consensus, or maybe multiple versions of it. But it would be great if we could have a consensus version and achieve convergence on flow charting the same as we have with the text. And so if you make that effort, I think that would be worthwhile.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Thank you, everyone. I know it's difficult to hash this stuff out, and we appreciate the flexibility that I hear in it, and that we will reach some kind of understanding, personally. I don't feel a need to take a break because I'm just going to close out here. What we did today was defer the discussion about overall interconnection process timeline flow chart. From the conversation, it sounds like we really need to resolve these technical things before we do that. And if the flow chart that Matt just talked about is what we were talking about in terms of the interconnection process, then maybe we'll save some time. So we'll take that up again next time.
So let me, if I could add, Roberto, I think had to go offline, but his suggestion in the chat regarding that flow chart for the entire process was that might be more efficient once we have a draft, not only of these technical issues, but of the manual revision. And so that was his suggestion in the chat.
I think that's a good suggestion. There's just some things that you have to wait until the end, like the introduction to a book is not the first thing that you write. It's really the last thing that you write. So we actually made some progress, had a couple of pollings. We're going to revisit the reconciliation. So I urge folks that signaled that they needed some more time to review the reconciliation documents. There are folders in the OneDrive that have all that information. I have a little hard time with the spreadsheet just because I have to increase the size so much that I don't get to see everything, but we'll figure out how to deal with that. We're also going to come back to the cost allocation next time. And so I urge people to both read the document that Ed went through today and offer any comments, especially on those couple of new ideas in terms of support or problems that you see with them. Again, these are not actionable on our behalf. This is really information for the commission to help make decisions at certain times when faced with applications, or for the utility to, kind of like, especially with a grid modernization application, to determine what is appropriate for that. So we'll look at those things. I think that's it. We have laid out kind of where we think we're going. We'll talk a little bit more about the schedule for doing the report next time. And in fact, we will provide an outline for what we think our report looks like. And we'll begin process for the manual revision, probably by taking all the things that we have agreement on and putting them into a folder that can then get inserted into the structure, the IREX structure that we're talking about, and then identify the holes. Again, next, the 22nd, we will not have available for a telephone call on residual issues, but I do encourage everybody that has an interest to participate in the community solar access working groups if you haven't already signed up for them, because that's going to be a very quick process. We only have 3 or at most 4 sessions for resolving issues available to us in the time frame that we have to meet in order to get those decisions made. So that's going to be even more of a forced march than this process is, but we really appreciate participation. So that's it for me. Margie, do you have any other administrative issues?
Please contact me if you are having trouble finding things or posting things. I'm happy to assist with that. And if anybody's got a live connection with Jane Yee, please let me know. Both emails and all phone numbers have not been able to reach her. So if anybody knows how to reach Jane at the city, please let me know. I'll continue to try to chase her down, but that's all I have.
Okay, great. We finish early, 1:53. Thank you all so very much. We'll look forward to seeing you again in 2 weeks, if not before then. Take care.
Thanks, Heather.
Thanks, everyone.